Alrighty. So IVF was really the only one so far, and that really wasn't all that great because I don't see any catalyst, no news on there. But IVF, right here, we had 120K, and then we had 33K. So the volume definitely was picking up, and then we had a break of the high right there. That bar was didn't go to the high or low. We had the break of that. That was really the only trade so far, and then you could have gotten $1 out of that trade, but realistically, maybe only 50 cents because you're coming back down and you get out on that low. That's about it. All we've had so far this morning. I changed up the charts from using straight up trading view. Now I'm using my IBKR platform. Let me make sure the stream has started. The reason I changed over is because yesterday I missed a trade. I was having to click on trading view and then having to click on my level 2 quote system, and I just missed a trade because of that. Let's go to view. Check the settings, ultra low latency. Okay. Everything's looking good. Stream health. Alrighty. So yeah, IVF has a TZ score of 5. GVH has a TZ score of 5. GVH, I think that was a reverse split yesterday. No, I don't think so. There was one that was. There was 2 reverse splits yesterday. Wasn't all that good to trade. I usually don't trade them right away. But as you can see here, well, GVH hit the scanner, RVOL scanner. We've got a volume of 119,000, and now on the broker right here, the volume says 73,000, but I'm getting this data from the API system that I'm using. It's called SIP data, and this gets data from all the exchanges. It gets data from the dark pools and everything. Now, I don't know exactly how IBKR Interactive Brokers handles this or not, but that's why if you see a difference, it's just because where we getting all the volume, the data exchanges, the price should be correct. GVH has a spread of 11, 10 cents, 17 cents, 7, 9, 2, 3. Yeah, I hate it when those market makers jump that all around. It's just annoying. The only thing I don't like about using the Interactive Brokers, the IB platform, this is Trader Workstation. They've got 2 platforms. This is Trader Workstation. Then they have another platform that's just basically straight up trading view. It's okay. The only thing is it doesn't have the hotkeys for me to do my shift 1 through 5 and stuff like that. Shift S to sell, Shift Z to go ahead and get out all on the with the I forgot what it's called, like 2-cent offset. With the offset, I like using offsets. Right now I'm using a 2-cent offset. Basically what that means is I want to get in right now, because right now, if you look at IVF, let's say we take a look at IVF. Let's say now I saw this, and let's say right here is where you want to get in. Right there on the break of that at 373. Well, when it starts breaking and moving like this can move pretty quickly. If we jump to a 30-second chart, you can see right here, let's go back to a 1 minute. Where did this start at? That's another thing I don't like is it doesn't keep the zoom that I want. Let's see, 659. 659, let's say it's starting to break, okay? Let's say you get in right here. This candle right here, that goes up so fast that, I mean, if you get in a limit order, more than likely, you're just going to be left behind. I mean, the MACD was opening up. We've got volume coming in. It was a perfect trade. I just started the stream, though. But you get in right here, and then you start getting out right up in here. That's like 75 cents. I mean, that's a perfect trade. But you got to use an offset because let's say you're getting in at like 370. The spread's like 2 cents. I mean, let's say you spreads at 2 cents. So at some, you want to do like an offset so you can, like, I guess front run it, maybe. I guess that's what you would say. You want to set an offset on your hotkey, and then like plus 2 cents because you want to get in. It's kind of, I mean, it's not a market order. Interactive Brokers doesn't allow market orders on pre-market, which is a good thing, I guess. These market makers will screw you. Now, I wouldn't trade that micro pullback. I wouldn't trade that just because the run's already made. And yeah, we're starting to curl back up. The MACD is starting to come back up, but I just wouldn't trade it just because right here you're looking at the level 2 and you see, and I'm seeing a flash of big orders in there. There was like 2,000, 3,000. So I just wouldn't do it. I mean, you probably got like 10 cents out of that, but still, that's not a good trade. You really want to trade the very beginning. So when you're looking at this and you see a trade setting up, like I saw this set up this morning before the stream started. Now, yesterday, I think it was GCTK. Yesterday, GCTK, I took the trade before the stream started, and it started running up. And then IVF here, there's no news, but this starts to run up. And if we look at the 5 minute, there's really nothing there for like pre-market, aftermarket, pre-market here, during market. So there's really nothing there. And yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and let this go. I'm not interested. You already make your play right here. So yeah, so what I'm seeing is an early market is starting to run up. So I usually don't trade until like 7 o'clock, but sometimes you see some decent setups. And the thing is, let's say you come in here and let's say your normal size is like 1,000 shares. Let's say your normal size is like 1,000 shares. What you want to do for your first trade is just go in light. Just go in like 200 shares. Just go in 200 shares. If you got in 200 shares and you got yourself, let's say you went in 200 shares here, and let's say you got yourself let's just say you didn't get the whole dollar move. Let's say you got like 50 cents. Okay, so you go in 200 shares. Your normal size would be 1,000 shares, so you'd make $500. That's great. But let's say you jump down and only make like 200 shares to a starter position, and you make yourself $100. Okay, that's good. That's a starter. It kind of builds a buffer for the day. Ross Cameron goes over this, and he actually has a video out there about that. He talks about building a buffer. I totally agree with that. And I didn't do that in the past. And then, because I just went in like full size right off the bat, even pre-market. And sometimes they were losing trades. And if they're losing trades, then you're like, if you do 1,000, then you're down 500. So your psychology is like, oh, wow, I'm first trade, I'm already down. So you're already kind of psychologically screwed for the day if you let that affect you. But if you go down, let's say, go in 200 shares and then you're down like 50, $100. Yeah, okay, that's fine. It just builds a buffer. And if you do have a red day, well, it's not going to be as bad as if you went in full size. Yeah, Ross Cameron, I risked 2,500 to make 76,000. Here's how I did it. It's just my risk management strategy. That's Ross Cameron. That was about a year ago, I think. But I totally agree with him.
In today's episode, we're going to talk about risk, and I'm going to share with you a
This is the video. I risked 2,500 to make 76,000. Here's how I did it. And he talks about risk management, and it's key about doing that, because if you're red for the day, it won't be as bad. Also, I've looked at my statistics, and this is a little crazy, but there for a while, my first trade of the morning was a loser. And I mean, it was a pretty high percentage that my first trade was a losing trade in the morning. And once I realized that, I kind of sized down a little bit for my very first trade, and that did help. But what Ross Cameron talks about in that video is you do a couple trades. You try that. Let's say your target is to make, let's say you want to make $100 a day starting out. Well, you want to size down a little bit. Maybe you want to make maybe $10, $15 on a trade. Go in on another trade. Let's say it's a loser and you make $10, $20 on that trade. Okay, then your third trade's a loser. Let's say you lose like $10. Okay. And then what he talks about is building a buffer, go in light until you make, let's say, $25. Because you're shooting for $100 in the beginning. So you want to make, let's say you make $25. Then your next trade, that is an A+ setup. Don't be taking, crap trades. A+ setups. And let's say your next trade, you, instead of risking, let's say if you're doing 100, 200 shares, let's say you're doing 300, 400 shares in. So then you just kind of up it a little bit more. And let's say that's a winner. Now you're up like 30, let's say $40, $50, and then you do a losing trade. Well, you're not going to lose as much as if you had like 2 losing trades in the beginning. So I definitely would take a look at that video. Okay, LCFY, we got a T-score of 375, but the volume's kind of light. LCFY. Okay, first off, when I'm looking at this, the score is 375. Now, the MACD is open, and then if you look at the 5-minute, the low is higher than the previous low, which that is what I like. But the problem with this big major flag is below the session VWAP. Look at that. So we popped, and that's all we've been doing is grinding down below the session VWAP. We popped up here. We tried to break the session VWAP. Couldn't. Pulled away. Couldn't. Tried 3 times, and we pulled away. We tried 4 times, and we pulled away. So LCFY has a TZ score of 375. Okay, the float's 1 million. That's good. It's like one of the top 4 leading gainers, top 2 leading gainers, which is good. Traders are looking at it. But I think with and also these algos, these firms, these algos are looking at below the session VWAP. Now, a lot of institutions look at the VWAP. A lot of traders look at the VWAP. It's a very, very important. I think the VWAP is the most important indicator that I can have on my charts. That right there is the VWAP. I can deal without the MACD. I mean, that's fine. I've used the MACD when I was swing trading a while back. Let's see, IPDN. But there's not enough volume. 6,300 volume. There's not enough volume. So you have IPDN. Okay, IPDN above the 5-minute, which is good. Above the 5-minute, it's MACD is opening up. That's great. We've got above the session VWAP. That's great. And I think that's it. We have anchored VWAP. Anchored VWAP, I think it's an hour anchored VWAP and a 15-minute VWAP or 5-minute VWAP. I'd have to look at the code, what I wrote, the logic for that score. But all of it's green, which this is a good trade. IPDN, 5 score. The only problem is it's a good trade as far as the TZ score, the Ticker Zcan score, but the problem is the volume. The volume is starting to pick up a little bit, but it's just not enough volume, to be honest. And also, here's the biggest thing. What are we missing? What we are missing is a catalyst. I don't see any news for IPDN. Now, DPRO just hit the DPRO just hit the RVOL scanner. And I wouldn't touch it just because we had a big red candle, and look, the volume on that is about twice as much as the other ones. DPRO score of 375, that's good. This is looking good. Yeah, so the Z-score, the reason it's 375 is because the MACD isn't above 0.0. Now it's above, it isn't above 0.1. Now it is above 0.1. But DPRO, I wouldn't touch this just because these pullbacks, these volume on these pullbacks right here are pretty high. So I just wouldn't touch it. Now, DPRO just had news come out. Dragonfly secures strategic military order for Commander 3X UAV systems. Okay. Now, DPRO, this didn't, DPRO. Okay. So as you can see here, this just refreshed pre-market movers. And this is refreshing every minute or every 50 seconds, something like that. I'm working on live data for I'm working on live market data for the price and the volume. I'm working on that. But DPRO has news. And the pullback was pretty substantial with volume. It's not a leading gainer. So it just went off to scan. So yeah, it just went off here. It's not a leading gainer. What you want to look for is on the top of the board here on the pre-market movers. You've got IVF 73%, 28%, GVH 25%, farm is 19.8. So that's what you want to look for. Now, DPRO, the reason I wouldn't trade that also is it's already made a move right here. It made a move a couple of days ago. So as you can see here, it's already made a move. We're all up in this area. We're all up in this area. Now, yesterday, it made a little bit of a move also. So yesterday, if we look at it, you can see it made a move yesterday because it was showing up on the charts yesterday. It was showing up on the charts. Now, IPDN, 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 IPDN. Again, this is looking good. IPDN has a score. If we jump down to a 30-second, IPDN has a score, has a TZ score of 5, which is good. The MACD is looking decent. The 5-minute, yes, it's higher than the previous one, so that's why it has a score. The anchored VWAPs is showing that it's moving up. And what you want to do is you can jump down to a 15-second chart if you want, if it's moving quickly. Now, I would stay away from this just because it's actually moving down with volume. Yeah, see, that's why you don't want to just jump into stuff. Even just because it has a TZ score of like 375 or 5, that's not a trigger. It is not a trigger. Let me say this again. It is not a trigger to buy. It is just telling me, hey, this is meeting your criteria. You need to take a look at it. It's more of a guideline because right now I wouldn't look at farm. Right now, this just like if you have like 20 pre-market movers, if you have 20 of them up here, this is just a guideline. You're like, hey, you want to take a look at LCFY. It's starting to look pretty decent. IPDN, there's nothing there. It went off. So if we look at LCFY, yeah, that's just nothing there. There's nothing there on a 1 minute. And this, and yeah, see, it's actually going down. Now it's like 2.5 for a score. No catalyst, no news. There's something I need to change, something I need to update. IVF is really the only good one, IVF. IVF. Free market. If is, yeah. I just need to update code here. Here we go. And IVF is 166,000. IVF is pretty decent now. For volume, it's pretty decent. It's not, there's no trade for it. There's nothing setting up. But if you look over here on the right where the level 2 is, you'll see volume. And right there, it's highlighted. What I have here is I have the instrument, IVF, the spread, the VWAP, and then I have the volume. Right now it's traded 11.7 million, which is good. And IVF has a float of 2 million. So that's pretty good. And yeah, and the volume is 166,000 for the 1 minute. Now with this is showing more, about 193,000. So as you can see here in level 2, I just saw 3,800 size come in here. So, and then it kind of flashed up, went away, 3,500, 3,600. So people are trying to dump it, get rid of it. And as you can see here, we're kind of moving down. And of course, the MACD is sloping down. The MACD, you want to get in here. And even right here, the MACD, these lines were separated. But when we pulled back to here, as you can see here, they pulled back, the histogram went down, and then we kind of moved back up. And as you can see, we are making trend line. As you can see here, we're kind of moving up, making higher lows, which is good. GVH, it's on 12,000, but GVH, that's nothing. That's trading below. Got DPRO, that's 47,000. We got IPDN. There's no score on IPDN. It's trading below the session VWAP. Wouldn't even touch it. You want A+ setups. A+ setups. DPRO. Below the session VWAP. That's not an A+ setup. Plus, it's selling off. We've got got about 5,900 on the bid right there at 640. So as soon as it hits 640, we got 1,000. We got 1,900 at 653. It's up in here. So, but we got 8,000 that just flashed up there. You want to look at the level 2, and you want to look at the prices here. Right now, if you're looking to buy this, which shouldn't, but if you're looking to do that, you want to look to make sure. See, we got 8,000, 5,000, 2,600. Those numbers are a lot higher than these sizes over here. And also with the price, you want to see the price in like a size. So you want to see like at 660, like above the VWAP at 660. You want to see big sizes like 10,000 or something. That's what you're looking for. Because when you get there, it's going to. We got some people that are on the ask on that, and if that starts hitting, people start hitting that, then it's going to push it up. But right now we got 45, we got 5,000 on there, so it just showing me weakness. Now, of course, the MACD is kind of rolling over, so I wouldn't even touch it. But VCIG, let's take a look at that. We got GVH, we got XAIR. Sorry, XAIR. Jump to a 30-second. No catalyst on that, but that doesn't mean it hasn't hit. It's got a 4 million float, but it's trading below the session VWAP, so that's a no-go. Yeah, you want to look for A+ setups. You don't, just because you're scalping and you're day trading, just because you're scalping doesn't mean you have to take 50 trades a day. You can take 2 to 3 trades a day scalping and make a pretty decent living just doing 2 to 3 trades a day. You want A+ setups. If you're starting out and you're under the PDT rule, you need 1 good trade a day. That's what you should be shooting for. About 1 to 2 trades a day. That's what you should be shooting for. Now, there's also a proposal that I saw this morning that there's a proposal to get rid of the PDT rule. Actually, not get rid of it, but lower the amount. Instead of having 25,000, lower it to 2,000. So you would have to have $2,000 to be able to do to get rid of the PDT rule, and I think that's good. I think 25,000 is a little crazy. And I understand what they're talking about, where they think, oh, the people with $2,000 are going to blow up their account. People with 5,000 are going to blow up their account quickly. Well, think of it this way. When someone's got like $2,000 into account and they can only take 3 trades a week, well, guess what? They're going to be holding trades, hoping that it comes back, and it just keeps getting lower. So, I mean, it's a double-edged sword. It cuts both ways. So, and also undisciplined traders are going to be trading a lot more. They're going to be losing money, but they're going to lose money anyways. Because what they're going to do is they're going to be like, screw this, I'm just going to go to Forex, or I'm going to go to futures. And they're just going to blow up their account that way. So, I just think it's kind of a stupid rule, to be honest, with stocks. I just think it's kind of a stupid rule because people go to uh, futures where there's no PDT rule and they blow up accounts. Trust me, I've been trading for over 10 years. I started like that. I was like, oh, this PDT rule. Yeah, swing trading's fine. But then I took a little bit of money and I put it in the futures. And guess what? I blew up a couple of accounts. I mean, back then that was my trading university. I went to a trading university of hard knocks, of blowing up accounts and learning what to do and what not to do. I jumped into a room listening to people that I thought were gurus, and guess what? They weren't. I kind of hope they get rid of the PDT rule. That would be fine. And also, I think that would be good because what I would do is I would take a $2,000 account and do a small account challenge. Be like, okay, let's take $2,000 and show people, hey, you're not looking to take $2,000 and make $200 a day. Can you do it? Yeah. But more than likely, you're not going to do that. I wouldn't even do that unless I really want to risk blowing up $2,000, to be honest. But could you take $2,000 and make yourself $25-50 a day? Yeah. I mean, if you got a leverage, $2,000 leverage of 4, that's $8,000. Yeah, you take a $5 stock, get yourself 1,000 shares, it moves 20 cents. You got yourself $200. And again, you can lose $200 pretty quickly, but can you make $25-50? Yeah, sure, $25-50 a day. That's nice. I mean, even $25 a day. Let's say we do $25 a day. $25 a day times 5, that's $125 a month. You do that 4 times, that's $500 extra a month. Would that build your account? $500 extra a month? Hell yeah. DPR rate, we got IVF. Yeah. Just grinding sideways. I would not even think about touching that. As soon as it broke this right here, I wouldn't even touch it. IVF, you want to get in. I saw it when it was running up, and we had this right here. Now, on the break of that, yeah, you could do that. On the break of that candle, and your stop is down there. It's like 40 cents. And then once it once it broke this, you could do a starter trade. Like if you go in 1,000 shares, first trade of the day, you could probably go in like 100 shares, and then once it broke here, you can add to it, and then you got yourself a nice dollar trade. Even if you go to the 15-second, let's see what the 15-second was like. Yeah, 15-second. It's kind of hard sometimes. 15 seconds kind of hard to look at. I know Ross Cameron does like 10 seconds. I don't know how he does that. I mean, 30 seconds is good for me. And I notice sometimes with RBKR, I notice sometimes the 30-second shows up pretty immediately. I mean, it's working now. 30-second shows up pretty immediately. When you jump to 15, it shows up pretty immediately. But I know sometimes, let's see, let's go to it. Yeah, that showed up pretty instant. SPY. Yeah, well, that showed up. Yeah, but I've noticed that sometimes 15-second doesn't show up. I mean, it could take 5 seconds for it to show up. But it doesn't seem like it's doing that now. That's why the main reason I was using TradingView is because it would show up pretty quickly. XAIR, XAIR. That is trading below the VWAP. Yes, it has a catalyst, but the score is crap because right now, if you look at the 5-minute, what are we doing? We're making lower lows and lower highs. That's the opposite of what we are looking to do. That's the opposite. XAIR, yes, we have a catalyst. We have news up here, Beyond Air Award Therapeutic. Here's, yeah. But the problem is it's below the session VWAP. The 5-minute, we're making lower lows and we're making lower highs. So that's not good. But it does have a catalyst in news. We have IVF. We have a TZ score of 5. So IVF have a TZ score of 5. We have the MACD that's curling up. We have 5-minute that's making higher lows. The anchored VWAPs that I've coded in there are looking good. What you could have done is gotten in on the break of this right here. Get in on the break of that. Yeah, and then you're looking for a $5 move, up to $5. You're looking to get up to $5. And then what you want to do, because this right here, that's bullish candle right there. So I'm thinking if we break up to 488, we could run up to 515. Maybe if we break that high, you'd be looking for 5.5. But the thing is, you want to look at the level 2 here, and I saw some orders. Yeah, the orders are coming in for level 2 on the bid. You want to be looking at the ask over here. Are we going up? We've got 466. We got 2,000 order in there. We got 462. No, it's going the opposite direction where we want 460. So, that's not good. Plus, this is a consolidation area. I don't like trading breakouts like this. Yeah, we've got big volume there. If we do break this, 485, we could go in, but right now it's at 467, 463, 460, 461. So it didn't break. So yeah, I just wouldn't trade that. I'm looking for this right here for this move in the beginning. Now, IVF is the top leading gainer we have, which is good. We got 253,000 volume coming in, which is nice. So the volume is definitely there, but the problem is the price action's not there. It's kind of a slow day, to be honest. Let's take a look at the news. We want to go to financialjuice.com. You want to come here. You want to look at financialjuice.com now, July 22nd. At 8:30, we have Fed Powell speaks. Raytheon earnings call, General Motors call, Coca-Cola earnings. OpenICO speaks at Fed event. Lockheed Martin earnings. Fed Bowman speaks. Texas Instruments earning calls. We are definitely in earnings season, is what they call it. Yeah, so we have Fed Powell speaks at 8:30. Ooh, okay. Raytheon earning call at 8:30, and then at 11, which I'm done at 11. Even if I didn't make my money, I'm done at 11. Why? That's just the way it is. Move on. Yeah, so we didn't break that. We got some volume coming in here, which is nice. But if you look at the 5-minute, what is this? Because right here, when you look at the 1 minute, you really can't see that much. But if you're looking here at IVF, what you're seeing is you're seeing this right here, topping tail. Moved up, went down. Topping tail, moved up, went down. Topping tail in the 5-minute, moved up, came back down. So that's showing me that, yes, you have buyers coming in, but you have the sellers that are pushing them down. So even though it's making higher lows, you got to look at these wicks pushing down. Now, can it break that right there? If we get to 488, we could possibly test the highs here at 5.25. This is about the only trade you got about right now, and even then, I probably wouldn't. I'm not even going to trade it. It's not my A+ setups. There's no catalyst. No catalyst, and I like it seeing running up and to get a micro pullback, and then get on the break that micro pullback and run it up some more. That is my A+ setups. You don't try to force anything. I mean, if you jump down to a 30-second chart, this is just not showing anything. I know a lot of people are saying, oh, but you can get in here on this pullback right here and get that move right there. Well, that's hindsight 2020. That's easy to do. Making a channel here, sure, you can get off the bounces here, but that's below the session VWAP. We broke the VWAP. We came back down. We reclaimed it here. So it's just been grinding. A GVH, but then again, GVH has no catalyst and it's not trading very much. GVH. Below the session VWAP. That's why it's 375. But other than that, the score looks decent. The 5-minute, you're making higher lows. Now, if we break this, if we break that little area right there, yeah, the 920 area, you could possibly run up to $10 mark and try to get to the VWAP again. That could be a play. It's not an A+ setup. That's more like a or B, like a B setup. And GVH is traded 3.5 million, and the float is 3.5 million. Okay, changed hands one time over. Now IVF. If we look at that, IVF. Look at that. That's why you don't get into the trade. That's why I was looking at the level 2, seeing, well, you had 9,800, 6,300, 40. Yeah, so, yeah, no. You don't get in that. Yes, you were making the higher highs on a 5-minute. I mean, the higher lows on a 5-minute. But if you look at the 5-minute, the wicks, sellers are pushing it down. DPRO, we have news on that. DPRO at 3.75. But then again, DPRO, again, DPRO was a good trade. Right up in here was a good trade. Right here, after 716, you get a nice trade on that. But then guess what we're doing? We're just grinding sideways. If we look at a 30-second chart at the very beginning, sure. We have 715, 716. We have a nice little inside bar right there. The high and the lows inside this bar. Get in on the break of that right there, and you can run it up to about 25 cents. MACD is opened up. We've got a catalyst. Not a real big one, but it is news. At 7:15 it hit. So news hit at 7:15. So we got 7:15, news hit, it ran up, and we jump in. If you even go to a 15-second chart, which that's kind of hard to trade. That's why I jumped down. 15-second charts, they really got to be moving quick. 15-second chart, they really got to be moving quick. But right here, we had a nice big green bar, bullish engulfing. A nice big green bar. We have some inside bars right here. We had a break of this right here. We broke that and we came back down. But your stop, if you broke that, your stop would probably be like down in here, maybe 35 cents. And it broke and it came up. Then it came up here and you make 35 cents. So you got a 1-to-1. Not that bad. If that's your first trade of the day, you go in light. Go in about 25% of what your normal volume is. Let's say your normal volume would be 1,000. You probably want to go in like maybe 200 shares. I know it would be 250, but if your hotkey is 100, 200, shift 1 to your hotkeys for the shares. I mean, maybe you just want to go in light. Maybe shift 5 is your full position. Who knows? Shift 3 could be your full position. You know, you need to set up your hotkeys the way you like it, because in pre-market, you just can't just jump in on market orders. I don't know of a broker that does allow that. And that's a good thing, because these market makers probably screw you pretty good. You want to get in on limit orders. I'm looking, but there's really nothing here. I'm just updating some code here. Build or run. Cleaning up some code here. That looks pretty good. Okay. Upload. Upload should be fine, so I don't know why. This stream is healthy. I don't know why that message came up. Oh well. Yeah, IVF is really the top one. Sure enough, we broke that. Didn't didn't get up there, but yeah, we sold off. Below that, we reclaimed it. So yeah, it's definitely IVF. We got Fed Pal speaks at 8:30. What he's going to say. All right, I'm going to go get some more coffee. Yesterday morning, pre-market was a lot better. It was a lot better, that's for sure. Yep, it was better yesterday. — 15. Now, these large wicks around 8 o'clock can usually happen quite often. That's normally, from what I've looked at, that can happen from aggressive institutional algos that are kicking in. And as you can see here, the R vols go crazy. We got SLNH. Yeah. We've got no news, but we got some algos that kicked in. HTOO. HTOO, we got some algos kicking in. We got IVF. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful around 8 o'clock. See, now it went off. Those are more than likely, those are algos that are kicking in from these institutions. Not positive. People can write in the comments if they know exactly what that is. That usually happens right at 8 o'clock. Could be these institutions flipping the switch for their little algos. Yeah, there's not much here. Nothing there. HTOO fusion fuel green. Something happened to make this spike pretty heavily. I mean, it's up 200%. This could be a reverse split too. Who knows? I don't think so because the daily chart's not looking like it is. So it could be news that just hasn't hit the wire yet, but yeah. Looking at 5 minute. Not doing anything. HTOO. Yeah. Now that I switched over to interactive broker charts, yeah, set up the layouts how I like it. Need the pricing right here. That's a 470. That just shows it right there. I need pre-market. So will last. Sounds like the kid is up. Yeah, I'll have to look for that later. There's no volume. We got HTOO that had volume. I mean, it's hard to get that because you don't know what's going on. Right at 8 o'clock, algos are kicking in, so we don't know. I mean, it's really hard to get this move right here. Oh, it's at 8:01, then at 8:03. I mean, this 30-second chart. No way you can get in on that move right there. Popped up on the RVOL scanner, but yeah. When I get real-time data working, I got real-time data working. I just need to integrate it into the scanner. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have it scanning and updating the price in real time, and then updating the volume in real time. The volume, instead of the 1 minute volume here, I might just have it calculate like just update every 30-second, the 30-second total. So every 30 seconds, the total of the volume, and it'll show up here. And then our vol scanner will do the same. Got LCFY, and again, these are the wicks, and I'm thinking it's these algos that are kicking in. It's below the session VWAP. It only has a 2.5 score. A GV is IPDN, 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 again, with algo wicks. Got GVH, GVH. HCOO, that would be kind of 30 seconds, but you'd only get, because this comes moving in, by the time you get to it, you're up here. Could try and buy that break, who knows. Yeah, that's just really hard to trade. HTOO is the volume. There's no news catalyst or anything, but definitely has some decent volume. The top leader at 133%. EOO, Fusion Fuel Green. Selling off a little bit. LCFY has got a CFY's got a score, but yeah, it's got a score, but it's below the VWAP. These wicks, I think, are algos. I have to try and look into that. XA on Arrow Water Therapeutic Agreement, XAIR has got news. It's got news, but I don't like even before those little algos kicked in. I don't like the wicks up here. I just don't like that in IPDN. Got IPDN right there. PVH. Yeah, it's just trading below the VWAPs. These are not A+ setups. You got to wait for your A+ setups, even if we don't get any trades today. That's fine. That's totally fine. Yesterday we had some really good trades. Today we might not get any. Who knows? Tomorrow might be a bang up day. Tomorrow morning we have no idea what the market's going to bring. See. Yeah. SMX. SMX. X. Got decent score. Got a 5. The change is 21%. That I don't like to see. Showed up about right up in here. I had an inside bar. And it popped up, back down. So yeah, problem is that wick right there. That wick is not good. Wick down, and then we had a wick up. It's just telling me that the buyers and sellers kind of battling that out, and then it looks like the sellers won with that downward big volume right there of selling. So SMX, yeah, it showed up, but the problem is the there was no news catalyst. I don't like the volume right there, the selling volume. Got score 375, so it's going down. IVF below the session VWAP. H2 above the VWAP. It hit 11. 11.27. These are the old charts. While the market's slow, I'm gonna try and play around with something. Do it does. Look at SMX. Yeah, I'm gonna have to play around with these old charts. I actually, because if we look at it, the problem is I have to click inside here each time I want to change the symbol. So if I want to go to like IVF, I have to click inside here and go to IVF. But with the old chart, I don't have to do that. I can just click inside there and type in HTOO. Goes there. If I want to go to IVF, it just goes right there. So HOTH, HOTH, got news. I don't like those wicks right there. If we go to a 1 minute, you're looking at a big wick right there. Trading below the session VWAP, MACD's curling down. Yeah, it's just not good. We have Hot Therapeutics signs VA research deal to advance G. Yeah. Okay, so they just signed a deal. HOT, right there, you got the news. It's up 13%. But you had a wick and then it pushed it down. Even if you jump to a 15-second chart, you'll see that you'll see a nice big green up because of the news hit, and then it just selling off. And then we have a huge wick right there on the 15-second. Same thing on the 30-second. You got two wicks right there. On the first minute, it's just big wicks. What that's telling me is that you had buyers that pushed it up, but then you had sellers that pushed it right back down, right back down. So that's not what I'm looking for. We got HTOO. HTOO. Got IVF is the next one. There's already not else. SMX is SMX. That's just not much there. You got LCFI. There's not much there either. That's below the session VWAP. You got GVH. GVH is below. You got HTOO. That's, yeah, it is really slow this morning. It's like nobody doing anything, waiting for the Fed pal speak. If you go to financialjuice.com, if you go to Financial Juice, Fed's pal speaks, integrated review of the capital framework for large banks conference. It's just a conference. Watch live. You got July 22nd at 8:30 a.m. Yeah. That's in 7 minutes. So is everybody waiting for the dude to speak? He could. Now, if we look at financialjuice.com, if you look here at Financial Juice, you can go to your filter here and you can filter out. What I just have is United States and importance high. That's what I have set there. And then you can see here July 22nd, 8:30 Fed pal speaks, and then Raytheon earnings. So you have a bunch of earnings called, then Fed event at 11 o'clock. OpenAI CEO speaks. They're gonna. I can tell you what they're gonna do. More than likely is they're gonna pump up AI. Be like, it's awesome. We're right in the right at the cusp of a breakthrough for AGI, and we're going to have it. And the reason they're doing that is because they want billions more pumped into this crap, and right now the return on investments, and I've looked this up, the return on investments is abysmal. It's going to get to a point where these people are going to run out of money and they're going to stop throwing billions at these companies, and they want a return on their investment, and it's not happening. Now, I've been a software engineer for over 15 years. Now, do I use AI? Sure. Do I do what they call vibe coding, just let it write my code? No. I write it myself, and instead of me doing research, I can ask AI. It's like having an assistant with you, like having a pair programming partner to be able to talk about things. And is it good for errors and stuff? Like, yeah. And also I'll ask it, hey, where's the logic for this? Because sometimes when you write 10,000 lines of code, you don't know where exactly everything's at, and kind of forget where stuff's at. And that helps out. It makes my coding, my productivity level has quadrupled because of it. But I know how to use it, and I don't trust it the whole way to just write code. It writes buggy code, and you have to understand that. But yeah, that's what they're going to do. They're going to pump up AI. They want billions more pumped into that crap. But yeah, Financial Juice, that's what you want to look at. HTOO, that's IDF. We got really nothing going on. Got IVF, there's nothing there. We got GVH. Just going through the top ones. That's below the session VWAP, LCFY. That's below the session VWAP. We have farm. There's not enough. There's just not enough volume for farm. We got devs. Devs showed up yesterday. That was I made a little bit of money. It's like a penny stock. It's under $1. These penny stocks have huge volume though. Sometimes. that's when you need to get in on them. Now, I've been thinking about doing a filter for these penny stocks. It's like Dev, 46 cents. Should I separate it and have like penny stocks, like anything? Have this pre-market filters have like from $1 to $20 for 25. Right now I have it $25. They're like $1 or $25 under 20 million float. And should we right down here have another scanner down here that says, hey, penny scanners or penny gainers, something like that. Things that are between like 10 cents and 99 cents, things like that. We just waiting. We're just waiting for Fed Powell speaks at the conference. We have no idea what he's going to say. Oh, there it is. I'm looking at these charts. Which one is that? That's Deb. 30 seconds. Let's go to 1 minute. Go Legend. Okay, I was on mute. So we had PLRZ. Sorry about that. I was on mute. Oh my God. If I was talking, I was muted. PLRZ, we had, it's at 32%. We got a volume of 730,000. I'm looking at a 30-second chart. The RVOL was 49. The Ticker Z-score is 3.75, which is pretty nice. But right now, it's just trading below the session VWAP right here. The MACD was curling up. This I did not get in. This was just kind of hard to play. So it hit, if you look at the 1 minute, if you look at the volume hit right here. So then it shows up on the RVOL movers. RVOL stands for relative volume. And I wrote the code for the scanner to scan for relative volume that is 5 times the normal. 5 times the normal over like what the previous is. Thank you. Yeah, high five. Good job. That was, I was speaking to my kid. Came into the office. Yeah, so the what I'm looking for is the 1 minute, the RVOL. It hits here. That was like 362,000 volume. If you look at it, it's just 00500 there. So yeah, it came in, it broke the high of there. So when you bring it up on your charts, you're looking at this candle here. And you got to be real quick. If you want to try and get that break, you can. What I like to do is when the volume kicks in is I'll jump down to a 30-second chart. And then a 30-second chart, you're looking at it right here. So when it breaks this right here, you wanted to get in, and then your stop be down here like around 10 cents. You only got yourself about 7 cents. And the news hit at 8:32. So yeah, it's just kind of that was a little hard to play. Plus, you wouldn't be able to get very much. And I think this morning, I've been up since, looking at the charts, since 6:30. And I'll be totally honest, this is a pretty weak morning. Yesterday morning was awesome. I did a really nice trade before I even started the stream at 7 o'clock. I did a really nice trade on GCTK in early morning before the stream even started. But now, it just seems like today's just been really slow. This morning has been really slow. Now, if we look at, if you go to financialjuice.com, that is where you can go here, go to, I'll bring it up, financialjuice.com. If you look at financialjuice.com, you'll see at 8:30 Fed Powell speaks. So he's already speaking. So, and this is just a conference, but then again, people are going to look at it. These institutions are going to look at it. The traders are going to look at this, and they're going to probably sit on their hands. I don't like it because we don't know what's going to happen. This is just a conference, but he could say something that will move the markets. But this is where you want to go. You want to go to Financial Juice, financialjuice.com. Right inside here, you click on filters. I look for United States and importance of I. That right there will tell me exactly what's coming out. 8:30 Fed Powell speaks. 8:30 Raytheon earnings. 8:30 GM earnings. 8:30 Coca-Cola earnings. We're in earnings season, so you can come here and you can find out which earnings are coming out. And then at 11 o'clock, we have OpenAI CEO speaks at the Fed event. They're just going to be pumping up AI, saying we're getting so close to a breakthrough of AI. You know, AI is great. As a software engineer, I like it. It has made my productivity level go 4x, which is nice. I just don't trust all the code that it writes because it is buggy. And we have Lockheed Martin 11 earnings. Fed Bowman speaks at 1. So it could be a slow day. I mean, this is why the morning might be slow because of this. This is what happens from time to time. Yesterday was hot. Yesterday we had some really nice trades.
5 minutes, so I just want everyone to
get
seated. But
this
thank
morning,
you so much
nothing.
for taking care of that.
It's just
for
the way
me.
the
So in
market
about 5
is.
minutes, we will
Now,
get started
also,
with
I
your
looked
call.
up.
Thanks so much.
I looked up some news, and what I think Trump is trying to push this through, which actually would be a good thing. It's with the PDT rule, the pattern day trading rule. The PDT rule, you have to have 25,000 in an account for you to day trade, to make multiple trades per day. Right now, it's only 3 trades per trading week. So you can only do 3 trades a week, which it's a double-edged sword. But they're trying to get it lowered from 25,000 to 2,000. My personal opinion is I think that's good, because a lot of people with these PDT rules, a lot of people don't have $25,000 to day trade within the scalp whip. But if you got $2,000, I think that's good. Personally, I think you should be paper trading and show that you're consistent and profitable before you even think about putting in real money. And when you do go in with real money, you don't try to take $2,000 and make $100, $200 a day. You go in very light. And I'm talking like 25 shares. Who cares? Don't try to make $100, $200 a day. When you go with real money, it's a totally different ball game. Your emotions are going to be different. The market's going to act different, because in the demo accounts, they feel you pretty easy. They really do. But when you're trading pre-market, let's say you got in PLRZ right here. Let's say you got in right here on this break. Let's say you made yourself 6 cents and you were holding it. This is pre-market. You just can't do market orders. You have to do pre-market. That's why I have my hotkeys set up with an offset. I use an offset of 2 cents. So when the market is running, I can try to get in on a trade. And I might get half filled. If I try to get in 1,000 shares, I might only get like 200-300 shares. The market's going to act different when it's real. Now, if you're running up and you got 6 cents and you're holding it up here to, let's say, 1.25, you want to try to make yourself like 10 cents. All of a sudden, when this selling comes in, it could be hard for you to try to get out if you're holding a lot of shares, and then you could end up with a loser. So pre-market is very dangerous, because you just can't get in and out very quickly unless it's a liquid stock that you're trading. If it's liquid, that's great. You can get in and out. PLRZ, I mean, right now we're trading at 170,000, then we're trading at 23,000. So yeah, 50,000. So that's pretty liquid to try to get in and out. I wouldn't touch this just because it's below the session VWAP. That's not my trading plan. My trading plan, which I'm going to create a video of it, more than likely this weekend, and go exactly everything that I go over. This TZS is Ticker Zcan score. This is a scoring system that that goes off of my trading plan. It's part of it. It just gives me an idea of what I should be looking at. Anything below 375, I just not interested, because I know some of the criteria it's not meeting. If it's 375, there's one of the criterias that it's not meeting, and that is it's below the session VWAP. And also MACD is kind of rolling back over. But what I look for, let's see, let's try to go to HTOO. Would that be a good one? That's the leading gainer. HTOO. Yeah, so what I'm looking for is mainly, is it above the session VWAP? Yes, that's the yellow line, session VWAP. Is it above the session VWAP? Yes. Is the MACD curling up? Is it separating The MACD does your two moving averages, and it calculates the separation between, is the fast one, like the non-EMA, is that moving up faster than this one? Yes, that's why you get these histograms. So this is just an indicator real quick for you to just look at and be like, okay, are we bullish? Yes. So that's check. Above the session VWAP, check. MACD, check. It's running up. And also what I look for is I go down to the 5 minute here. Is the 5 minute, like right now, we're bullish because we're making higher lows. That's another thing that I'm looking for the Ticker Zcan score. The TZ score, that's a check. Now what you're not seeing is the anchored VWAPs, because I can't calculate that and show that right here in this chart. But these scores are going off of it. What I have is an anchored VWAP here. And I go back 5 minutes. So we just go back here, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So somewhere like around in here, and that'll show a session VWAP. I mean, not a session VWAP, an anchored VWAP.
I'm here to deliver the 4-minute warning.
Get an anchored VWAP. You can
really.
Go to the low here and go anchored VWAP. And
Good morning.
what that does is the volume weighted average price.
Very pleased.
It's showing that it's bullish, and that's what I'm looking for. That's what some of this
the integrated review of the
scoring system is I'm looking
I
at
want to thank Vice Chair for
the
Supervision
5 minute
Bowman
VWAP
for
and
having
the
the
1 hour
great idea
VWAP,
of holding
and
this event
is the
at the
price
outset
trading
of the term.
above that?
I'd
Because a
also
lot of
like to thank Fed
institutions,
staff
they
for their
are
tireless
using
work
the
putting
session
conference
VWAP,
together. So
and
today,
they
we'll
really
hear the
use it.
perspectives of industry veterans,
I looked
academics,
into,
and
there's a
current and former
book that I
policymakers
have.
who are all well versed in the operations of large banks and the main pillars of the
You
capital
look up
framework.
Brian Shannon,
A great
anchored
benefit of this
VWAP.
conference is
It's a
the
nice
chance to
book.
consider all elements of the
There's no
capital
Kindle
framework
version. I had to
in
get
concert,
the hardback
rather than
version,
look at each
but
in
he goes
isolation.
over
We
anchored
need to ensure
VWAP.
that all the different pieces
He's
of the
the
capital
gentleman
framework
that
work
actually
together
designed it.
effectively. Doing so will help maintain a safe, sound, and efficient
But
banking system.
that is what
for
this
the
score
benefit
is.
of
It
the people we
goes
serve.
off of that.
The U.S. Bank
Now, if we
capital
can break
framework
13,
includes
we might be able to
risk-based capital
test the
requirements,
highs here and
leverage
try to go
requirements,
to
a surcharge for the
14.
largest and most complex
We're looking at the
banks,
volume.
and stress tests. We will discuss
Volume
the
is coming
status
in.
of each of those elements
We are
and the road
looking
ahead in a
at a
comprehensive manner today. As
HTOO.
this
We're
audience
looking
will
at the
know
5
well,
minute.
we
That's
have
making
proposals
higher lows,
outstanding or in the
and
works
it
across all 4
broke
areas.
these candles right here.
Our
So
regulatory
right now
capital
we're
framework
at
and all
13.
banking rules are implemented through supervision, an area where Vice Chair for Supervision Bowman brings
You gotta look
deep
at the
experience
level
as a former
2
banker
right now.
and state
HTOO. We got
supervisor.
a ticker
As she has
Z
noted,
score of
we need to
5.
make sure that
So
our
that's telling
supervisory
me
practice
that
is
hey, I
focused
should be taking
on
a
the
look at
critical
this. We've got a
areas that
volume of
determine
1
safety
minute.
and soundness.
The previous 1
We need
minute
our
is
large banks to be
312,000,
well-capitalized
which is
and to
pretty
manage their
good.
key risks well.
On
And
Interactive
we need
Brokers
large
is
banks
saying
to be free to compete with one
222,000.
another,
The
with
volume
non-bank
here that
financial
I'm
institutions
showing, this
and with
is from
banks
this
in
is
other
SIP
jurisdictions to
data.
provide capital and
The
support
API where I'm
economic
getting
growth.
this from gets it from all the
Fed
exchanges.
is a dynamic institution. We're
Gets
open
it
to
from
hearing
NASDAQ,
new
ARCA,
ideas and
BATS,
feedback
gets it from
on
the
how to
dark
improve the
pool,
capital framework for
and
large banks.
that's why
And I
the
look
volume
forward
could
to
be
hearing
different.
from today's participants. Thanks again to all of you.
Now,
for joining us today.
HTOO,
Thank you.
the float is 25 million. That is pretty high float. Right now, if you look on my level 2 on the right here, the volume, it's 9.8 million
Thank you
that
so
has
much, Chair
traded in
Powell.
the session.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Amal Vega.
You'll
I'm
see
sure I've been
sometimes that
inundated in your
these
email
low
box with,
floaters like
Capital
IVF,
Conference
if we look at
2025
IVF,
emails for registration and logistics.
we're
I will
just
go over a
slowly
couple of quick
grinding up
housekeeping
there. We
things,
might be able to
and
get
we will start the next
13
panel
and
at
a
9
half.
a.m. As you know, this is a secure building, so our colleagues in law enforcement do ask that you keep your badges on
13 and
you
a half.
at all times. If you need to step out for a moment, anyone who you see that does
got a
not have
spread
a
of
badge
about
on is
5
Federal
to 10
Reserve staff.
cents.
They are part of our events team supporting this great event. They're happy to
Got the
escort
volume
you to a
coming
courtroom
in.
or step out
Got
to make
the
a phone call.
MACD that's
On
starting
that point,
to
we
curl
do
up.
ask that you silence or put your cell phones on vibrate for the duration of this event. And with that said, we will get the next panel started at 9 a.m. Thanks so much.
So we had run up here, we had a little pullback. If you got in on that break at 1266, you're up. You definitely do not want it to come down to your break even. I'm not in this trade, I'm not trading it. This morning has not been a very good day. I haven't taken any trades just because it's just been slow. HTOO, I don't see any news catalyst. And right now what I'm looking for is A+ setups. A+ setups means that the TZ score is looking good, that the price action is looking good, and there is a catalyst. There is news. The only news we have is PLRC. That is the only news. And if you're looking at this and you've gotten 13.5, if you get to 14, that is awesome. We broke this area right here. We broke to 1286. And I did say if we break that, we could get to 13.5. We got that. We got the break of that. Let's jump down to a 30-second chart. 30-second chart. You had a move up here. Had a break of that. We moved up. You had a little micro pullback there. And the MACD's curling up. Now, how I would play this is very important, is if you're playing the break of this, you got a micro pullback and you get in here and you get up in here at the 45 cents. I mean, it's 12-cent, 10-cent spread. If you look over there on the right, you'll see the spread. Let's say you're in 1,000 shares. What I would do is when I hit up here and I got a nice little pop of about 30 cents, start selling. Like 200 at a clip is what I would do. And then move back down. And then if you get close to your break even, you need to hit your hotkey to just get out. You can always get back in. Okay, so let's say you come up here, you get yourself 30 cents. Let's say it's a 10-cent spread and you got yourself like 20 cents. Don't let a winning trade turn into a loser. This is scalping. You want to be able to get in and out pretty quickly. There is no problem getting in here, getting yourself 30 cents, taking a little bit off the table, maybe half, book yourself some money, and then if it comes back to your break even, get out. You can always get right back in. So if it breaks this and it breaks the high and we've got the 13.5 and it breaks this, you can always get back in. This micro pullback, you can always get back in. This right here, that's a 70-cent stop, but you ran up here to about $1.50. Yeah, that's a 2-to-1 trade. Now, once you make a big pop like this, you want to be selling into the pops on pre-market. And the reason for that, right now you got 150,000 shares there, you got like 240. You want to be selling into these pops, and the reason for that is because let's say you're holding like 10,000 shares of this, and you're thinking, okay, I got 15. You want to start scaling out of your trade when you get these pops, because there's been a lot of times when I've gotten in here, I didn't take it, and then it starts dumping down, and it's hard for me to get out because it's pre-market. You just can't hit the sell market order and just close it all out and take what you get. Now, I mean, if you're trading with like 1,000 shares, it's pretty easy to get in and out when it's liquid of like 240,000. So that's what you have to be careful here, is these sell-offs. You're trying to scale out, you want to sell into these pops. And the thing about pre-market is you don't have to worry about halt levels. When the market's open, if it moves up, it can be halted for like 5 minutes for the first time. Halt up or halt down. In pre-market, it's the Wild West. There is no halts. This thing could easily go from 14 to 10 in a matter of a minute. There are no halts in pre-market. All right, it's like minutes before 9. Go get some more coffee, and I will be right back. Alrighty. So HTOO, the ticker Z score went from like 5 to 375 to 2.5.
Morning, everyone.
And the reason it did that, if we
Before
look at the
anything else, I
anchored
want to
VWAP,
thank Vice Chair
like right
Bowman
now,
for setting up this really
we're on a
engaging
30-second chart. Let's
conference.
switch
We
over
learned
to
last
a
night at
1
dinner
minute.
This has all happened very quickly, and then this is essentially an unprecedented
Okay, first off,
type of conference.
the main thing
for
you want to
addressing,
look at is when you're looking at
proposals
like these breakouts
for
right
new
here.
rulemaking. So this particular
This
panel
has volume coming in.
has been asked to
We had,
address
we had a run up here
changes
with
in the
volume picking up.
enhanced
Now this
supplementary
pullback right
leverage
here
ratio,
has
or
some
ESLR, and
selling
various
volume.
other
The
leverage
MACD
ratio
was
related
starting
capital
to
requirements.
look like it it's going
in
to
the
curl up, but it's
notice
kind of
of
flatlining.
the proposal for
But when you get these
rulemaking,
breakouts
the
here,
agencies have noted that
you got volume coming in,
this
so you can
virtue
get
of
in
a
on that.
simple and transparent
If you
rule
look
has
at
some
a anchored VWAP,
unintended adverse consequences, the focus of which
I
in
say
the
anchored VWAP
agency's
here.
proposal is the
That's the
implications
previous
for
pullback. That's nice.
intermediation in
That
the U.S.
is
Treasury
anchored
market.
VWAP, but as you can see here, starting to
So
trade
what
below
the
the
plan
anchored VWAP
for
and
this
going back down
panel
to the
is that I'm going
session
to
VWAP.
ask some questions to the panelists, who I'm going to introduce in a moment,
Also, when you get
that
this
we have
run
teed
up,
up in advance.
yeah, we
But
ran
in
up
order
to,
to
we
keep
broke
it
the
lively and
15.
engaging, I'm going to get some candid
We actually broke that high,
reactions
but
across
if you're
the panel to
looking,
each
you
other's
always have to
comments,
keep your
and then I'm going to
eye
turn it over to you all
on the
for
1 minute.
questions and answers.
Uh,
So
that
prepare your
HTOO, that did
thoughts
not update.
and
That's one
give
thing
us
I don't
some,
like about interactive
challenging
brokers,
and
that it does
useful
that.
questions, please. So to introduce the panel, to my immediate left
Yeah, the daily
is
just
Tiffany Eng. Tiffany is the global treasurer of BNY, a financial services company and primary settlement provider for the U.S. Treasury market. Tiffany is a former OCC
What you want to
regulatory
look
attorney.
at is always keep an eye on the 5 minute. You see
To
this 5
Tiffany's
minute right
left
here?
is Don Cohn,
Yeah, we broke the high, but
whom
that
everybody
5 minute
knows.
is got
Senior
a
fellow at
big
Brookings.
topping tail.
Don is a former
It's called
vice
topping
chair
tails.
of the Federal Reserve Board and former member of the Financial Policy Committee of
You
the Bank of
opened
England.
up here and you ran up, and then the
Don's
sellers
left
pushed it
is
down.
Brian
So that's a big topping
Monteleone.
tail.
Brian
If you're
is
seeing
head of
that,
global investment grade
Don't
credit
want to be
research
in a
and
trade
senior
to be
bank
buying.
analyst at Vanguard.
Because that's telling me
Prior
that
to
the
Vanguard,
sellers are just pushing
Brian
it
was
down.
a top
Even though
ranked
we had
credit
green,
analyst
high
on the sell
volume,
side, covering global
and that's a green
financials
bar,
for 20 years.
but you're not seeing the
And to
delta
Brian's left, Hal Scott,
of
emeritus
the
professor,
buying
Harvard Law
volume
School.
and selling
Hal
volume.
is also
And
adjunct
we pushed
professor
down.
at
That's a big
Harvard Kennedy
topping
School
tail.
and
As soon as
director
we
of the
broke that
Committee
low,
on
we're
Capital
going back down
Markets
to the session
Regulation.
VWAP.
And
So
finally,
you want to
to
stay out
the
of
far
trades like
left
that.
is Ben Wiener, partner
If you see another
in
candle
Sullivan and
like right up
Cromwell's
in here
Financial Services
at
and Capital Markets
855,
Groups. Ben
which
advises
is
banking organizations
855
on
right up in
regulatory
here,
capital, stress
I would not
testing,
be looking to
resolution
take a trade
planning, and capital
because
market
of that topping
transactions.
tail right there, even if it sets up.
So I'm going to ask
That's just something you
Hal
need to look at a higher
to set
time
us
frame.
off on first principles. Why do we actually have a leverage ratio rule? And what is the history of this requirement? Do we actually need a leverage ratio rule? And does the
And right
backstop
now it's trading
rationale
below session
for that
VWAP. The
rule still
MACD is
apply
kind of
today?
rolling
Hal?
over. It was rolling over ever since 810. It just kind of been going down.
Sorry. The leverage ratio sets, as you know,
LCF.
a minimum capital level for
Got
bank
IVF of
based on its total
161,000.
value of its assets.
IVF,
Regardless
trading
of the
below the
riskiness
session
of
VWAP.
those
That's not an
assets.
A+ setup.
It
We got
operates in parallel with the
LCFY.
risk-weighted standards,
LCFY,
which
again,
set
below
separate
the session
minimums
VWAP.
that
That's
do
not
vary
setting up.
based on
It's
riskiness.
9 o'clock. I'm definitely
The
not going to
theory
be taking in
is
trades
that
right
without
now.
a risk-insensitive leverage ratio,
when the market
a
opens
bank
up,
might be free to expand its balance sheet
if you download
by
the scanner, it's in
acquiring
beta
riskless
right
assets
now.
without limit.
So,
But
and,
this
and
is not a
it's
realistic model of how
it's going to be
banks
free
operate.
while it's in
Banks seek
beta.
to employ
I just
capital
need to
the
clean up
highest
some
returning
code. I need
activity.
to
So what is the history of this requirement? The basic leverage ratio was not adopted
WINT.
in concert with the other aspects of our capital ratio regime, or capital regime.
Yeah, see, look
As
at
part of
that
any
topping
integrated
tail in a
whole.
5 minute.
It is a
And you can
vestige
clearly
of the
see that in a
pre-Basel
1 minute. When you're looking at a 1
before
minute
Basel, all we
and
had
the
was a
relative
leverage
volume, the
requirement.
reason, and it's
And it
6,
was their
6x
finding fault
the
with this
relative
leverage
volume.
requirement that
If
actually
you
led
look at
us
the previous
to this
volume,
capital.
yeah, there's no volume.
Indeed,
Very little volume.
with the introduction
Look
of
on the
Basel's
5 minute,
risk-weighted
very little
approach,
volume.
the banking
Then all of a sudden it
agencies
spikes
intended
up.
that risk-weight standards, not
The news, if
leverage
there was any
ratio,
catalyst, any
would
news,
take
it would
over,
show up right
as
here.
the primary determinant of the
But there's no
bank's capital.
news.
After the financial crisis, the
And
largest
then
banks were then
we had
subjected
a
to the
wick that
supplementary
kind of came
leverage
down,
ratio,
and then we
and in
didn't
the
break
case
this
of
high.
G-SIBs, the enhanced
and
supplementary leverage
didn't
ratio,
break this candle right here,
ESLR, which
and
is
it's just
a more
kind of selling
stringent
off.
version
And
of
then
the
our vol
ESLR.
kind of drifted off. went off the R-vol
Importantly,
movers
when the
because the
banking
volume
agencies
drying up.
implemented Basel I's risk-weighted standards in 1989, most
But
commentators
WINT
argued that
is
the
just
leverage
not
ratio
really
should be dropped because having two separate sets of capital requirements would
really
be
moving.
duplicative and unnecessary.
What I like to
and the
do is I
risk-based
like
one
to
was
look
better
at
than
like
the old
PC.
leverage one.
PC right now
And the
popped up,
agency
but
seriously
PC,
considered doing away with
I
the
don't know
leverage
what that
ratio, but they
is.
ultimately chose to retain it. They were not confident in the
800%.
accuracy of the novel
That's just
and
some crazy
untested then
stuff going
risk-weighting.
on. That's what happens with these
And at the time, risk-weighted standards
low
only
floaters. You
accounted
got
for credit
HT.
risk, not
Oh,
market,
I like looking
operational,
at
or
the
interest
top right
rate
here.
risk, which was
I like
also
looking
an
at
important
the
part of
at
thinking about bank
least
capital.
the top 4.
But we're far along now
Because
in the
other
process.
traders and
Here we are at
institutions are going to be looking at that. They're
2025,
not going to be
and
looking
risk-weighted
at
standards have
HIT,
evolved during
MTE,
this
and
period of time.
for one, the
They have
volume's
since
not there.
beginning
You
been
got
supplemented
15,000
to
volume. That's
incorporate market
nothing.
risk and operational risk,
You got people,
and now incorporate
traders
complex
that are doing
modeling
like
that did
5,
not
10,
exist
and
at the time of
20,000
Basel
shares.
I. Moreover,
in these
interest rate risk
institutions.
is
So
continually monitored by bank
these traders are
examiners
going to be
as part of the
looking at the
supervisory
top
framework and could
ones.
be
Now, I like to
incorporated
look at like the
into
top
risk-based
4.
capital if you wanted to
I mean,
do
you're
that.
looking at
We
20%
also
gain,
have several
25,
other
54,
safeguards in the capital
164.
framework
They're
that
going to
did
be
not
looking
exist
at
that
this.
time, like
They're not looking at the
stress
ones down
testing
at the
regime.
bottom. They're looking
So
at
there are
these
strong
up here.
arguments that
And
the
also they're
concerns
looking
that
for a
motivated the
catalyst. They're looking for
retention
news.
of the leverage
What's pushing it?
ratio have
We
been
don't
mitigated
know
by
what these
subsequent enhancements
institutions
and
and what
refinement of
these
the overall capital framework.
big-time whale traders are going to be
The
doing.
leverage ratio is now a frequently binding
But what we do know
requirement for the largest
is that when they
institutions,
do start
meaning
making a
that
decision
it
and they're
requires
moving,
more
it's going to
capital
show
than
up
the
on the
risk-weighted
volume.
standards. This
It's
is
going to show up on the
inconsistent
volume,
with the
and it's going to
agency's
show up
original rationale
on
for
the
retaining the leverage ratio,
charts.
which was that it would sort of be a backup for the insufficiency of the risk-weighted
And then all we're looking to
requirements.
do is you're not looking to make,
Bank capital levels,
you're not looking to get in on this move and try to get to the top there and make yourself $5. That's not going to happen.
Required.
What you
I
are
think
looking
we
to
need
do
step
is
back
probably
at this
try to
point,
get
which is
in
the whole
here
purpose of this
as
conference,
we,
and ask
as well,
ourselves
this volume
with
didn't show
respect
up,
to
but
the
let's say
leverage
this volume
ratio, not
showed
only
up.
focus on
We're not going to get this whole
PSLR,
move of
but
$5.
whether we
What
need
we're
it at
looking
all.
for
Thank you.
is probably to jump in on the 32nd and
Does anyone want to react? What about
or
the
15-second
issue of
if it's moving
intersecting
really
types
fast.
of capital requirements? Does that cause problems when different banks are subject to
What
different
we're
rules
looking
at
to
different
get
times?
is
Any
not
views on the panel?
$5. We're just looking to try to get maybe $1. Because you're not going to get this
Well, I
whole
can offer
move.
2 observations about the role of the leverage ratio in the
I mean,
market
hindsight's
framework.
2020. That's
One is
easy to
just
look at. Be
I
like,
know this
yeah, I
conference
could
is
get
primarily
in
focused
here
on large banks, but we
and
do have the community bank
get
leverage
myself
ratio
like
for
$4.
smaller community
But
banks.
when
So
you're
there can
in
be
the
benefits
trade,
in having a
like
leverage
right
ratio
here,
for particular institutions. They could have
you're
a
in
simpler
that trade,
framework. But I think also the
don't
fact
know it's
that
gonna
the
pop.
leverage ratio is itself simple
I
also
mean,
illustrates one
and
of
it
its
did
potential
pop, and then all of a
benefits.
sudden
We've seen in stress
started
periods
coming
there's
back
often a
down.
focus on simplified metrics. That was certainly the case
So
during the financial
you're
crisis.
not looking to try to get
some
that
extent,
whole
it was also
move,
the
just
case during
like this right
2023.
here.
It wasn't necessarily the
You're
leverage
not
ratio
looking
that
to
was the
try to
focus,
get in
but there was
here
a
and then
focus
get
on
out
things,
here and get
metrics such as
250.
tangible common equity or others that are simple. So
You're
the simplicity
scalping with
of the leverage ratio,
with
if it's properly
volume,
designed and
and
calibrated,
what you're trying to
could
do
play a
is maybe get the
complementary
break
role
of
both for
that.
smaller banking organizations if they
And
want
when
to have a
then
simpler
we
framework
broke
versus
that,
the complexity
maybe
of
you're trying to get
calculating
50
risk-weighted
cents.
assets, but also more generally to have a component
With
of the capital
1,000
framework
shares,
that
that's
sort
like
of the benefit
$13,000.
of it is its simplicity,
1,000
particularly in
shares,
times of
you could
stress.
sell $500
There's
for the
also
day.
the issue of assets
So
that
that's what you're not going to
turn
get
out
these
to be
whole
more
moves.
risky than
But
they
you're
were
looking
modeled to be.
for the
And,
micro
this
pullbacks.
is
You're
a
looking for
backstop
a
that.
push up,
So
micro pullback,
the
the
obvious
break of
example
that,
from
and
history
you
is
can get in
AAA
and scalp
subprime
yourself like
mortgage
20,
tranches,
50 cents here.
which weren't really
Quarter, 50
AAA,
cents.
But were modeled to be AAA.
You're looking for a
and capital
pullback
held
there.
against them, and it
As you can
was a
see here,
disaster.
this candle, and this candle, we had good
when you look at
volume. We had good
2023,
volume coming in.
leverage
That
requirements didn't necessarily
pullback,
catch
the
up
volume
in
was about
what seemed
half.
to be risk-free assets and some
So that's
banks
a little
that
bit
ended up
weak. The
having
MACD
trouble. So I think the
is
important thing
open.
is,
It's
as Ben said, properly
running up.
calibrated. And it's difficult
can get in
to
on the
perfectly
break
calibrate a risk-based
of
or a
this
leverage
candle,
requirement in
which was
advance.
stopped
So I
down
think,
there
you know,
for about
vigilance
70
and staying
cents
on
and
top
then
of, you know,
run it
risk
up
is ultimately the key.
about
You can't just
$1.
rely purely
It
on
ran all the way
either-
up to
either of these. There's constantly new
15.22.
risks emerging.
Maybe you're trying to just get
Something
15.
like CRTs, certainly growing.
Maybe you got
is
in down
not
here,
very well
maybe
dis-
added
you know,
added to
not
the
great
trade on that
disclosure around
break.
it. It's just,
You did
I
a
think, staying on
starter,
top
then
of
it
those
broke
risks
that. You
are
added
as
to it. You
important
got
as what you just
14.
said.
Maybe you
some
take a little
support
bit of
for the
money, get
backstop,
14 and a half. Take a little bit more
principle.
money off the table.
If I can add to
Try to
that,
get to 15.
the leverage
You're
ratio
holding
is
maybe
one
half your
piece of the
position or
puzzle.
25% of your
Banks are
position to try to
managing
get another
to
move.
capital,
We don't know
interest rate
if it's
risk,
going to be
liquidity,
explosive.
and all of those
But what
as part
we
of a
do know is
holistic
when
risk
we try
framework
to get
is
into, if
important.
we get
I
into
think
this
about
trade, what we do know
stools
is
on a table.
when we get that
Each
pop,
leg needs to
we're
be
selling
strong. And
a
so
little bit by
to
little bit
Brian's
into
point
that
about
pop.
interest rate risk
And
management,
once it
that
starts showing
individually
weakness,
also
and we
needs
have
to
a
be
wick
a
right
robust
here
leg to
coming
keep
back
the entire
down,
table stable.
and once you
But the
can read
leverage
the
ratio
level 2,
itself can't
and people and see
overcompensate
people hitting
and
the
make
bids
up
and
for
it's
any
selling, and
weaknesses
we
in
got some
other
high volume on
areas
the
of
bids,
risk management.
yeah, you
Al,
want
did
to
you want to
start
react to
dumping
anything,
the rest
any
of
of the
your
reactions to your
position.
comments?
No.
No?
And the only way you're really going to get into this,
I sense
you can't follow
degree
me
of,
and do exactly
alignment on the
what I
panel
do,
on this.
buying and selling.
Okay, Tiffany, you're
It's
the
chart time. You're
Treasury
going to have
market
to have
expert.
screen time.
And as I mentioned,
this will eventually
there's
come,
been a
and
big
it'll be
focus
second nature to you to be able
on
to
the
see
unintended
the stuff.
consequences for the Treasury market of this rule. So regulators have cited, in fact,
And paper trade it.
in the proposal,
And when you do
Treasury
go
market
live, go
functioning
in
as a
very
key
little.
reason to recalibrate
Get
the
used
leverage
to trading
ratios.
real money, and then
But is it better
slowly
to lower
build it up. If
the
you got a
leverage
small
ratios
account, go in
embedded
25 shares.
SLR or
Make yourself a few dollars. Go in.
and the tier 1
Once you
leverage
get,
ratios?
once you're
Or
profitable
would it
for a
be
week,
better to have
go
a
in
more
50
targeted
shares
fix
and start slowly
to address
building it up.
Treasury market
And
functioning?
before you know it, you're
like
trading with
exemptions?
1,000, 5,000 shares.
Thank you, Daryl. And let me
Because
kick
you've
off by
slowly built
thanking
your
Vice
account
Chair
and you're
Bowman
confident.
and the Federal Reserve for bringing us
And
together
you
today on
know
this
how
important
to
topic.
read the price
Let's
action
spend a
in level
moment on
2.
Treasury market functioning. As a treasurer, that topic is so critical. We use treasuries for liquidity
This is
management,
not
collateral
up to
hedging,
me.
and it's all linked to the treasury market being
Come
the
here,
biggest,
unlock
deepest,
this,
most liquid
take that
bond
out.
market in the world. Stands at close to 30 trillion today and growing. So
There's a chart.
supporting a resilient treasury market
No.
is important for the broader financial system,
It's
which
an
we're all
advanced
invested in.
chart.
There are two key tenets to that. One is safety and another is liquidity. In terms of safety, there are a range of enhancements already in flight,
9,
including the
12.
central clearing mandate.
The EVS
In
showed
terms
up.
of liquidity, supporting and deepening the market for treasury securities, which is growing, is critical. In our seat, knowing that a treasury security can be converted to cash easily, quickly, and in all market environments is so important. And that's all predicated on an ecosystem of buyers, holders, sellers, intermediaries. And the intermediation of treasuries is particularly important in periods of stress. At BNY, we have a unique vantage point into the treasury market, and we do see elevated treasury volumes in periods of market uncertainty or stress. In those periods, the market is operationally resilient, but we have seen periods of funding market pressures or dysfunction. And that tends to stem from an imbalance of buyers and sellers in the market. So it is
EVH
exactly in
Devs
those
is
moments
showing up.
where having intermediaries who are ready, willing, able to support the treasury
Devs
market
is showing
and
up, but
continued
it's like
liquidity in the market
9:13.
is most critical. So that brings us to the topic here
There's
today,
nothing
leverage
there.
reform. Leverage ratios across the
GVH.
supplemental leverage ratio as well as the tier 1 leverage
VH.
ratio in their current construct
There's
can
nothing there.
disincentivize
Got
banks from
IPD in it
intermediating
at
treasuries during those
3.75,
periods
but
of
there's
stress,
nothing there
exactly
either.
when it's
It's,
needed most.
everything is like
And
below
another
discussion.
dimension to
VWAP,
this is typically
there's really
in
nothing
those
there.
periods of
Devs
volatility,
showed up.
there's
It's
also heightened
18%,
balances
16
typically
million
of
float,
cash or
8,000
deposits on
volume.
bank balance sheets. So banks' ability to act as a shock absorber for both cash and treasury securities can be
IVF.
constrained by leverage ratios as they're constructed today. Now, the proposal offers solutions to that.
IVF,
and there
I
are a couple flavors to
did
that,
trade
and
that
there are
in the
considerations
morning.
for each.
That was before the stream
One
even
flavor
started.
is to lower the overall leverage requirement.
That
And that
was
does
this right
create
here.
extra capacity for banks. However, banks still
And
have the
actually was
discretion
opening
on
up
how to use that capacity.
Very small trade.
And it
First
may
trade,
not be there
and
in
the
a
only
period of
trade.
stress.
But we
Another
got like an
flavor
inside
is to
bar here because we
specifically
didn't break the
target
high of that,
cash
we didn't
and
break the
treasury
low of that.
securities
We
and
had volume
exclude
that was
those
starting to come
particular
in.
assets
Just get a small
from the
little
leverage
pop.
requirement. And in that case, it's a more direct support for treasury intermediation and for banks to act as shock absorbers for cash
Debs
in those
showed up
periods of
again with
stress.
the volume.
Now, I'll posit that leverage reform is one facet of a
IVF was very
multifaceted
small because
approach
there's
to
no
support
catalyst.
market liquidity.
When the news
It really
comes
goes in
up,
harmony with
it's
public
going
and
to show up
private
here,
solutions,
and you'll be able to see
including government
832, and then you'll be able to
facilities, such as
read
the
it.
discount window
And I've
and the bank
designed
repo
this
facility,
to
as
be
well
able
as
to do
private
this right here, so
solutions,
you don't have to
including recent
go
innovations
elsewhere
such
and
as
look at another
early
window.
morning
You can
repo
just
or
look at
intraday repo.
PLRZ and be like, hey, there's
So
catalyst.
taken
And
together, as I
yesterday
take
when
a
I
step back
did
as a
trade, I forgot
treasurer,
what stock
every
it
day
was.
we're focused on resilience.
It was
and we're
moving so quickly
managing
that
a
it just
range
popped
of
up,
risk
and then
measures,
there was
capital,
news.
liquidity,
It
interest
was
rate
on the
risk, just as I
scanner, and then all of a
mentioned.
sudden they
And that's just to name a
did a
few.
press release,
And we're
and it
thinking
popped
about
up.
a wide
And all I
range
saw
of
was,
scenarios.
oh,
We
it
like
had
to
news,
say
and then I
better
was
to
looking at
prepare
charts.
rather than
It was
predict.
moving so fast,
If I
I didn't
extend
even
that
read the
lens
headline.
to
I did not click on
reforms,
this and read
and
the
having
headline. I just
reforms
saw
that are
news.
also
I
supporting
knew there was a
resilient
catalyst.
treasury
I looked at
markets
the
in a
chart,
range
and it
of
was moving so
scenarios,
quickly, I just
that
jumped in and
really
made my
leans
money,
towards taking a holistic,
and I didn't even read
proactive
the
approach,
headline.
looking
I
at
didn't know what
all
it was.
banks and targeting the risk at hand. And that'll help us target a future shock, because we all know that no two
IPDN.
stresses look exactly the same. And so with that, that holistic and proactive
Below the VWAP
approach and discussion
GVH,
is
below the
exactly the
VWAP.
spirit of this dialogue today.
You got PC there again.
This issue of
Stay away from there. There's something up with that.
exemptions,
I don't know.
for certain safe assets
There's
versus
something a
lowering
little crazy with that.
of the leverage ratio number
What I need
itself
to do
came up at our
is-
dinner table last night, and there was a range of views, but rather than trying to review
check
those, I'd like to get
this.
the views of our panel. So how about a quick
Trying to find the
run of the panel on whether
more
exemptions
advanced tools.
in
The
addition
chart,
to or as an
the
alternative
trading view
to
charts,
the proposal
interactive
would be
brokers.
beneficial overall?
So I would be concerned
chart
about
here, but
exempting treasuries
called advanced
because of
chart.
the interest rate risk that could be encouraged. Banks would be encouraged, I think, to take with just exempting treasuries entirely. Now, I'd like the alternative in the proposal for exempting
I'm showing up.
treasuries
This is not-
in the dealer that are on the dealer's books that are marked to market and subject to the capital, the market capital requirements, but just a
Oh,
blanket
do.
exemption to treasuries.
Figure that out off the
I think
screen.
would raise other issues that need to be
Pick
addressed.
this.
Brian, do you have a view?
Yeah,
Pull
we
that
say
over there.
while
We'll
the
look at the
proposal
5 minute.
creates significant capacity today, there could be future states of the world where ESLR became
The trading
binding
view I
again, at
got
least on
set
some
up, it
banks, and
was
would be helpful
it
to
was
have
nice. I like
something
how
countercyclical
you can
to
just tab
offset
through
that,
charts and things like that in the
trade-offs
windows.
different solutions.
Hal?
But it was hard for me
I prefer the
to
approach that was taken.
click on
rather
this
than
and then have my
exemptions, but I
level
would
2
say
off to the
with
side, and then
respect to any
actually
of these proposals, we need
type in
better
the
data
ticker
on
there.
exactly
And there was
what
a
the
couple
impact
there was a couple
of
times when
them
I was
would be
actually
on
looking at
liquidity
trading view,
in the
and
treasury
then I
market
saw a
when
setup, and I
prices,
just
given the
clicked on the
fact
level 2 and
that
just
the
hit
dealers
bot,
only
and I just
account
entered the
for,
trade and was the
you know,
wrong
not
ticker.
the
It was
lion's
just
share
it's
of this
nuts.
market to start with.
Trying to be able
then,
to click 2 or 3
In
times.
terms of
So that's
specific
why I
exposure
switched over
exemptions, I
to
think
just
it's important
straight
to
up
think about that in the context of
interactive
the broader
brokers
framework. We
chart.
discussed earlier the fact that
Plus,
under
I
the
can bring
narrow
in
exclusion,
the
there would
level
still be the
2.
market risk capital requirements, but also there are many other aspects
But
of
918,
the
when
regulatory
this
framework and also
hits,
many aspects of the super
what
supervisory
you
framework.
can do.
So looking at what else is there to address the concerns if there might be exemptions for specific exposures. More of a
I
holistic
normally
view.
just take off
Yeah,
the press
again,
release.
We haven't been able to get much
I
disagreement.
normally at
there
9:30,
was,
I'll just
an
take this,
intriguing
the press
remark,
release.
last
I'll
night
just take
at our
that
dinner
off.
table
And the reason I
on
take
the
it off is
implications of
because if
exemptions,
any news hits,
for Treasury
it's right here
securities,
anyways.
which is that in the
Now this
international
press release,
financial stability framework, some other
the
countries
code that I've
might be
written,
tempted
what
to
it does
also
is that it will get all the
depart
press
from the
releases
general,
and it
spirit
will
of
read
the
through the title and look
SLR,
for certain
exempt, their own government
keywords.
securities,
And
and in
certain
some cases that
and
might
when it finds
have
that
adverse implications
keywords,
for international
what it
financial
does is
stability.
that it shows up here.
So I'm
Because
going to
it's
turn
scanning, reading,
next to
reading
Brian.
the title, like
And,
improvements
I
right
wanna-
there.
I want
It's
to address
it's reading
the issue that's
keywords,
come up already,
and
which,
you'll have like these
Tiffany mentioned,
pharmaceutical
which is
companies.
resilience,
They
that
have like phase 1,
resilience of the
phase
treasury
2
market to events like
significant
March
results or
2020,
something, and
have
it
been
shows
more
up here.
prominent in the
And you can
interagency
click on
working group,
read, and that'll open up
papers
a
on-
browser so you can read
on,
the article. But
treasury market
I don't do
reform
that. These things move
everyday
so fast. You ain't got
liquidity.
time to
Do you
read the
think
article and trade it.
proposed
Just read,
reduction in
just
the
just go through,
ESLR
read
is
the
likely
title, and then
to
trade it.
improve treasury market liquidity on normal
So
days would the proposal
That's how the
improve
code is
Treasury market
written
liquidity during
for
a crisis?
the scanner.
Is
It
there an
scans all the
advantage?
top press
And I think you
releases,
alluded
reads
to
through
this
the
a moment
code,
ago,
reads through the
to
title,
waiting
and
for
then
crisis
brings up the top
conditions,
ones.
as in March 2020.
Now, in the future, I'm going to
before
have, I'm going to
lowering
code
or
in
exempting,
write the code
from the
for
SLR?
settings.
Yeah,
So
great.
when you
Thanks-
have top
thanks, Daryl,
press
and
releases, you can click
also
on
thanks
settings,
for having
or
me
when you go to the
to
site
speak
and
today.
go to your
Appreciate it.
profile page,
So I'd say treasury
you'll be
market
able to
liquidity
see
today,
like
normal times, is
press
generally
releases,
working
settings, or
fine.
something
You
like
could
that,
look
where
across a
you
lot of
will be
measures
able to
on
search
their
for
own,
certain
off their own,
keywords that you are looking
spread,
for.
market depth, swap spreads.
But right now, I
futures
don't have that
basis,
set up.
all kind of operating fine today. That said, banks are economic actors,
that?
and to the extent there was client
PLCE.
demand and you had a significant
PLCE.
increase in leverage exposure capacity under the proposal, then
Jump to a
I think at least
30-second
at
chart.
some of the GSIBs there could be incremental
Got the
capacity
volume that-
deployed
that-
to
that
low
was drawn up.
RWA activity, which could on the margin
got a 5
improve
minute,
liquidity on a normal
almost
trading
half the
day.
wick.
Wouldn't expect banks to go out and buy a
We
bunch
got a
of long
spread of
duration for their bank
14.
book, but think,
Spread of
client
18,
financing,
28
client
cents, 30 cents,
intermediation.
36 cents, 2 cents.
In terms of the
Yeah,
second point
market
around
makers are just doing
crisis,
some crazy
you
stuff.
mentioned March
That is a
2020.
no-go trade.
I think that's a great example, right? It seemed like
You look
balance
up here,
sheet
the
constraints were
spread.
contributing to
You'll see it's
a
8 cents,
deterioration in
then
market liquidity,
it like jumped to
and regulators
25.
stepped
Yep,
in,
see 25
much
cents.
to their credit.
If you
and
get
provided
in, that
temporary
spread's like
relief,
25 cents. If
and
you look
that,
at here, the bid
helped
and ask,
facilitate,
yeah,
return to
580 to
activity.
601.
So,
Yeah, that
I
is some
think
crazy
a,
stuff. 21 cent
SLR
spread. So
that
this
is not
spread's kind of
regularly
high.
binding
I don't like
certainly
that.
could and should
Do I trade?
help,
Well, yesterday I
reduce the
traded a
likelihood
spread that was like
of,
20
a
cents, but it
dysfunctional
was
treasury
really
market in
moving.
periods of stress. That
Volume
said,
was
just
coming
one
in. There
piece,
was a
Daryl, I know
catalyst.
you've
There was
written and
news.
testified
It was
about a
really
bunch of the
coming
other
in. It
pieces,
was
so
an
it's
A
not
plus
just
setup
the
trade.
one,
Yeah,
silver
I
bullet,
will
but I
pony
do
up
think it
that
would be a
spread.
helpful part of that process.
I
And
mean, I've
then
got the
in
offset
terms
with
of
the
that final
bid
part about is there advantages
and the
to
ask
kind of,
set, and I just hit my
acting
hotkey. And yeah, I
before
paid a little
or
extra.
waiting. I do think it's helpful to have some countercyclical part of it. There's
I
different ways to
wouldn't
do
trade
that.
this just
There's
because,
the
for
narrow
one,
exemption in the proposal. I think the
I
Basel
don't think there's
standard
a news
allows
catalyst.
for,
Yeah, it's up
exempting,
20%, but there's no
reserves in
news
certain
catalyst.
situations.
So
You
that's a no
both of
trade.
those
You
have
had
some
an
advantages and
inside doji
disadvantages.
handle right
You're
here.
picking
Yeah,
winners
you
and
could have
losers
traded
between
that, but
low
then again,
RWA
it's not
type
A plus
activities, which can
because
cause some market
MACD is
distortions.
rolling
You
over
could bucket
and
all
we're
low
trading below
RWA
the session
activity
VWAP.
together
Can we
and
pop
exempt
all the
that
way
as
up to
group,
7?
but that
Absolutely.
call out the rules, so you might need to change the requirements. There's different things to do there. You do a countercyclical buffer, or just wait for the next crisis.
Now, if you got in on that break,
if
then you're up 30 cents.
generally I would say the market doesn't like uncertainty, and generally I would say it's maybe not great policy to be
Like 923.
working on
What you could
emergency
do is they
measures
could
to
run
the
up
extent
and
that
we do a
that path could
micro
be
pullback.
explained
That'll
in
be
advance.
great.
The
We'll make
market
a
could
higher,
discount it in advance, and I think it would
higher
lead to
low, and
better
then you can jump in,
market functioning.
try to ride it up and see if it breaks
How
the
about some more
$7
views?
mark.
What about this countercyclical approach? Should the agencies keep something in their
Yeah,
back
30.
pocket
I mean,
ready
if you
to
look at the
bring
volume,
out during
it's
a
low.
crisis? Or should
16,
they
17,000 volume,
try to fix it once and for
25,000
all? Anyone have a view on
the
that?
volume, it's low.
Thanks, Daryl.
And that's the problem.
I agree with Brian.
CNSP has
Clarity and,
news.
clarity.
If you click on
and
here,
having
but the volume's kind of
certainty
low. The
in
float's 5
regulations is
million,
important, particularly as
1,000%.
we're managing
So I
our
don't know what's
balance
up with
sheets
that.
At banks, we talk about
CNSP.
looking at various different scenarios and
CNSP.
preparing for a range of outcomes.
Yeah,
in
that's
those
nothing.
scenarios, we're typically not assuming that there will be any change in regulatory requirements. And banks may take action, reduce activity in advance of a stress, expecting
Now,
no
if you bring up
changes.
these right
So
here,
the
like the low float
structural
gainers right here,
permanent
if you bring
changes,
this
the
up, this
advance
is from
notice of that
yesterday
helps steer and
because it's
incentivize the right
cashed.
behaviors in
It's from
advance of the
yesterday.
stress, and then reduces the need to
when the
make
market
any ad hoc
closed.
changes during a stress
These
event.
numbers are not going to update. It's cached on the server
I've been a fan of the
because the
countercyclical
server is
capital
doing
buffer
all of the
applied
logic, all of the
across
calculations,
capital
running
regimes,
through,
risk-based and
thousands of
leverage.
stocks
We
and
applied
scanning
it
them.
at the Bank of
I
England,
have the
actually.
server
I
doing that,
can't
running all the
remember
code
whether
and
it was
logic for
applied
that.
leverage ratio.
The
I'm looking over at Phil.
the client, which
leverage
is your
ratio.
desktop application that you
I think a
download,
key,
what
and
it does
I've
is that it gets a
advocated it and
cached
been
version that is
rejected by the Federal
updated
Reserve many times. It's a
on the
familiar
server.
position.
And I'm going to have that
But I think the key
updated
is
like
it's not just
every
a
20
one-way
seconds
street that You have
because
something
it
you
takes, for
reduce in
thousands
hard
of stocks,
times.
it
You
takes
have
the
to make
server
sure
like
it's
5 seconds
adequate in the good times,
to get
that you've
everything.
got the capital high enough
and
if you
then push
release
it out
capital
to
in
your
bad times,
desktop
leverage
app.
or risk base, that the
But,
banking system is
and then
still
you have top traded
safe.
gainers
So
here. But when the
kind of
market
cyclical
opens
in
up, what
both
I like to do is open up, like maybe the top traded gainers or the biggest gainers. Top traded gainers. Top traded gainers are ones with high volume. If you look at this volume, it's
So
like
Ben,
7,246,
the
374,000.
Board
You
staff
have the
has
news right
estimated
here.
a $210 billion
You can look at
decline
this
of
and then
capital
go to the top
at
four
the
and start
GSIB
looking
depository
for
institutions.
micro
But
pullbacks
does
and same plan
does
above the
that
session
matter
VWAP,
for
5
financial
minute,
stability
making
given the
higher
much
lows,
smaller
things like that.
$13 billion
And then you can look
projected decline in
for
capital at the
trades
GSIB
like
holding
top
companies?
traded.
What are your
Now
views
these
on
top
that?
traded, these
Thank you
are
very
going to
much. It's also,
be
it's great to be here today with everyone.
your blue chips
When
could show up
considering
here.
the
Apple could
context
show up
of
here.
the
Nvidia
broader
could
large
show up
bank
here.
prudential
Things like
framework,
that.
I think the financial stability
Biggest
implications of
gainers
the
that could
difference
show
are
up. If you're
potentially
only
positive.
looking for low
This
float
is particularly the
stocks that are
case in light of the
volatile,
GSIB resolution planning
then you
framework
bring
and
up the low
GSIB single
float
point of entry resolution strategy,
window here,
as well as the
and
design
then
of
that
other
will show
Dodd-Frank Act
you
enhanced prudential
all of
standards which
the
focus on the holding
low
company.
floats. Low
The
floats are
risk-based requirements
from,
are higher for the holding company than the bank.
I think,
as you
75
mentioned.
cents
And this reflects the
to
fact that the
$25
GSIB
and
surcharge
under
and the
20
SCB
million
applied
float.
only at the holding company level.
And the
That,
reason
in
I did
turn,
75
itself
cents is
illustrative of a
because
key structural feature of the
sometimes
current
these
large
stocks
bank
will
prudential
fall
framework,
down
and
below
that's
a
a focus on
dollar,
the
and
holding
then they'll
company.
get
This is
they'll
codified
send
in
out a
Section
press release and they'll
165 of
kind
the
of push it
Dodd-Frank
back
Act,
up because
and
with the
many hallmarks
NASDAQ,
of the current
there's
large bank
rules to
prudential
be
framework
listed
are
on the
holding company
NASDAQ, and if you
standards.
fall,
Some
I
examples
think
would
it's
include
if you fall
supervisory
under a
stress
dollar, I
testing,
don't know what the
CCAR
time
and lender stress
period is,
capital
but if you
buffer,
stay
internal
under a
liquidity stress
dollar
testing, TLAC
for a
requirements
while,
for GSIBs,
you'll get a
and
notice
then
from
the joint
NASDAQ, be
FDIC
like,
and
hey,
Federal Reserve resolution planning
got to push your
requirements.
stock up
The
to
proposal
over a
explains that it
dollar
would
to
do
be
three main
to keep
things.
to still be
First,
listed with
restore the
us.
ESLR to a
If not, you're going
backstop.
to go to the pink
Second, address
sheets.
the level and marginal regulatory incentives.
And then what they'll
regarding low
do
risk, low return,
is,
and high risk
let's say it's
activities.
trading at 80 cents.
Third,
What they'll
provide the
do, or
GSIBs
close
more
to a dollar,
flexibility in the
well, they
allocation of
could do
capital
a
among their
reverse split,
subsidiaries.
and that
I
is,
think the proposal would actually do
yeah,
three
we'll
things
get, I'll
beyond that.
create a video
First,
about
it would
that,
address
about
the
trading
arguably
reverse
anomalous
splits.
role of
But
the
then what they'll
6%
do
bank
is most of the
ESLR
time these
requirement in
companies
the
will
current
just send
prudential
out a press
framework.
release
That's
and
a
be like,
bank-level
oh,
capital
we need to
requirement
push our
that's
stock up.
capitalized-
So
that's
they'll send out
calibrated
a
to be
good
higher than for the
press
holding
release,
company,
and then
but based on the GSIB
people like
status of the
us would
parent. It's
jump
actually the
in
exact
and trade the
opposite structure of the
momentum
GSIB
and then
surcharge
sell it.
itself,
It's just
which
pump
of
and
course
dump
applies
crap.
only to the holding company.
I
Second,
mean, let's be
there would
honest.
be,
Most of these low floaters, these are
more
not
consistency in
companies
the
you want to
overall design
invest
of
in.
prudential standards
Absolutely
with a
not.
focus on the
It's
holding
different
company.
when you're trading
And
blue
third,
chips.
there'd be more alignment
Yeah,
with the
I will
resolution planning
buy
framework, and in
bad
particular
news.
the
I bought
GSIB
bad news on
SQE
Apple.
resolution strategy.
That thing was
Under that
dumping.
strategy,
It was about a
in
month
the
ago.
event of
It
failure,
was dumping.
only
I bought the
top-tier
bad
holding
news.
company would enter insolvency proceedings.
I bought
The
it when it was
subsidiaries
running
would be
down.
dissolved without entering into their own separate
And yeah,
proceedings.
did I
That
cost average
strategy
down on it?
depends on
Absolutely. Why? Because it's a blue
flexibility,
chip
specifically
company. It's a good
flexibility
company.
for
Ain't
the
going to go
GSIB to
nowhere.
provide capital and liquidity to
But
the
these companies, you
subsidiaries
don't
based
do
on their
that
needs and
with.
resolution from
These are
essentially
pump and
available
dumps.
resources. The strategy, of
You know,
course, also depends
most of
to
these
some
companies
degree
in
on
2 to 3 years are
prepositioning,
going to be
which entails
bankrupt.
having some
You
capital
need to
and liquidity
understand
already
that.
at the subsidiary level
These
to
are not
balance
stocks you
between the
want to
two.
get married to. and
So the
keep.
proposal would therefore have greater consistency with the structural
These are
focus
stocks
on
you
the
want to
holding
try to
company.
get 10,
There'd be
20,
more alignment
25,
with the
50 cents and
resolution
move
strategy
on.
for GSIBs. And from
These
that
are pump and
perspective,
dumps.
there'd
All
be
right,
the
so
perspective to
9:28
potentially
in
have
2
reduced
minutes.
fragility and stress.
Now, when you bring these up,
promotion of the resolvability of GSIBs,
sometimes
and therefore positive financial
it
stability
could take
implications.
a minute or two to update.
Thanks very much.
I do not
Ben. What
trade.
about other reactions? Is the
I do not
fact that
trade.
the
I'm going to put that low
dollars
floaters
of
off to the
reduced
side.
capital at the holding company
I do
is
not
small relative
trade
to the
between
depository
9:30 and
institution? Is that
9:35.
important? Is there sufficient flexibility in
The
capital
market is just a little
in,
crazy.
in the structure of
I like
bank
for
holding
it to
company and
settle
its,
down
subsidiaries? What are your views? Hal,
and
do you
try
have a
to
thought on
get
this?
a rhythm.
Do you have a
And then
thought on
find
this,
out
Hal?
what stocks
Yeah,
are going to be trending. What are your
so,
top traders? What are your biggest
As you
gainers?
said,
Your
Darryl,
biggest
the
gainers?
reduction of the
Let that
depository
settle
level is
down.
much higher than the
And
reduction reduction at the
and
holding company level.
let it settle down. I'm going to
But
get rid
I
of
think
this.
we need to keep
rid
in
of this.
mind
Let it settle
the
down.
basic framework in which the holding
Get your
company of a bank has to
list,
serve as a
pick out
source
about
of strength
4
for
of
the
them,
bank subsidiaries.
or 6.
So even though you are reducing the capital level of
And also what you'll
depository
see is this
institution
RVOL movers,
subsidiaries,
the
you
first
have the
minute or
holding
2,
company
there will be
still
some
with this obligation
crazy
to
listings
support
up
the
here. I mean, just
subsidiaries. So
RVOL, yeah,
I'm not
massive
that
volume.
concerned because
Because this
the
is
holding
scanning
company
thousands
capital
of
is not being
stocks.
reduced by
Your
the
low
regulatory.
floaters,
Don?
and scanning the blue
So,
chips as well.
I, the fact that the holding company capital.
Yeah,
is
the RVOLs will
basically
definitely
unchanged
show up.
is reassuring.
And there'll be a lot
I
of them.
do wonder about the source of
I
strength.
just don't look
thing,
at it.
though,
I
Hal.
don't pay
I mean,
attention to these
once
biggest
the
movers,
capital
top
is
traded, the
upstream from
RVOLs,
the depository to the
markets
holding
open.
company,
I just
downstream
don't
to the broker-dealer,
watch it
or
until
if
the
it's not
market
downstream
settles
to the
down.
broker-dealer, it won't do any good, right? So presumably.
The market needs
the
to
intent
settle
of the
down.
authorities is to have it
Right now,
downstream
I
to the
mean, look at this
broker-dealer.
huge run. We got a
Then
nice
you have a
huge run.
crisis. You have something happens that no one's anticipated. Are they really
got a
going
little
to take
top
the
and tail
capital
on the
back
daily
from the
there.
broker-dealer and give it to the
I don't know where the
depository
market's going to go.
institution?
Nobody
In
does.
2008, the board was asked to vote several times on exemptions to upstream capital from the bank to the holding company to support the broker-dealer. So I think we need to think more carefully about whether the holding company would be actually a source of strength in a crisis situation. Tiffany.
Buy is dumping.
I think that all folds together to the fact that each bank is managing to multiple
It's past a
risk
minute.
measures, capital being one, but
Probably take,
liquidity, interest rate risk, and other measures will
RVOL
also
movers, there's nothing there. Top
support
traded.
both the IDI as well as the holding company. So all of
Still
those various constraints
cashed.
ultimately inform how much could potentially be upstream
gainers.
or not. So there are additional constraints as part of a holistic risk framework that we are thinking of as well.
Thank you, Brian.
Yeah, I would just add, to Ben's point, the resolution framework for a single point of entry is meant to capture sufficient liquidity and capital at the intermediate holding company to avoid the situation that Don is talking about. Can it effectively do that?
Okay, so biggest gainers. Okay, so how long did it take? It took a couple minutes. It just needs to calculate what's going on. Right now, the market is selling off. Yep. See what I said? The RVOLs, they go crazy. RVOLs go crazy. DPRO, of course, we have news on that. That's like 35 times the volume. Hit is 43 times the volume. Yeah, there's some crazy volume coming in. You gotta sit on your hands. You gotta wait. Open. We got news on open door leads, meme stock redux on Wall Street with shares tripling in 1 week. Yeah, that ain't much news. Now, the news that you're going to see here is going to bring all the news in. The code is not reading through and picking. It just shows all. The top press releases right here, these, well, actually, this came up at 9:20. This right here reads through. This top press releases is a scanner that reads through the titles and picks out the top ones with the keywords I'm searching for. So open showed up, and we got KSS. That's some high volume in there, but there's no TZ score for that. We have AEHR with news. AEHR with news. The 5 minutes looking good. It's a $21 stock. So if you got the capital for that, yeah. AEHR strengthens AI market share with additional orders for Sonoma production test and burn-in systems. That's just an AI press release. That was at 7:30 a.m. But as you can see, 7:30 a.m., it just didn't show up on the scanner. This wasn't nothing. But it might be something in during market hours. We have no idea. So we're at 9:34. We're getting ready to hit 9:35. Start building out a list on another window. You can have like a grid windows of like 4 to 6 stocks. And what you can do is take these biggest movers and start updating them. Which ones you want to look at? You want to look at the ones with TZ scores. So you could put in AEHR, TDTH, CDLX. You can start putting those in. Even if they don't have a news release, I mean, that's fine. Okay, so we have top traded. We got some top traded here. These top traded, the IVF, if you'll notice, okay, like open, 600 million float, KSS, 100 million float. Yeah, these are some big boys. IVF, low float, 2 million. Okay, we got for last minute about 200,000 volume, trading at 353, 38%. The top traded is going to show, okay, AEHR is coming in with a little bit of volume. We have a bull flag showing up. If we could break to 2175, you could get a run to 22. You got to think about this. If you're going to get in here at 2173, where's your stop? Is that a dollar stop? Well, you're going to have to, yeah. We got Yaz, we have PLRZ. PLRZ, we already know what's going on with that. We have Yaz, YASS. There's really nothing there. It's 52,000 volume. There's really nothing there on Yaz. We got UAVS. That's trading below the session VWAP. I wouldn't touch that. See, it's dumping. We have CLF. We got some news on CLF. Score of 5. Cleveland Cliffs Q2 earnings. That's earnings call. CLF. That is earnings right there for CLF. If you were watching the top traded, maybe if you were watching just top traded and you had all that up there, and you can, there's a micro pullback there. This right here was kind of hard to play. That was at 932. I try to stay away from it. Get here, you got to stop at about 14 cents. That's earnings. Pretty sure Cliff's Q2 earnings. The tide that's finally turning. Earnings plays can be really hard to play because you get spikes up and spikes down. The 5 minute is definitely bullish. That's why it's got a good score. Making higher lows on the 5 minute. Jump down to a 30 second. 30 second. This is how you want to play these. When you get these run ups and it shows up, you can look at a 1 minute and you can try and get the break of that. But it's really good to try to get down in here. So you can jump down to a 30 second. If you're looking at something, you can jump down to a 30 second. And then we had a nice run up here. So about 935, we had a micro pullback here. A micro pullback here, we have a spread of 1 cent. So you have a micro pullback and your stop would be about 10 cents. It ran up to about 10 cents. Okay. But this is the earnings. And that micro pullback right there, the volume was a little high on that. So that's what you want to do. You want to look at these and then jump in to, if you're looking at 1 minute, you can jump down to a 30 second. You have MEDP, clinical trials, stock just soared 40%. What caused it to pop? We have AEHR, we have WOOF. There's no score on WOOF, so, but MEDP. MEDP, if you were looking at the biggest gainers, then again, right here, we had a nice run up. It was 933 at about 935. You can jump down to a 30 second chart. We had a run up We had a bull flag right here. We had a run up, had a little pullback. If you got in on the break of that high, it's a $400 stock. So, but then again, get in, that's like maybe a $4 move. Get in the 100 shares, I don't know. So yeah, just because it's a high stock, like 100, 200, 300, no. Are you going to buy 1,000 shares? Absolutely not. But can you buy like 100, 200 shares? Maybe. I mean, it has news, it has a catalyst, it's moving. It's this clinical trial stock just soared 40%, what caused it. I mean, it's up 51% now. So we look at the daily, look at that. Something definitely popped. Somebody knew something. But you jump down to a 30-second, then what you can do is you can try to play the break of that high, right? Try to play the break of the high. Look at the overnight session high, which it broke right there. But it's like a $475 stock. But it moved up here to about $4. 100 shares, $400. But then again, where's your stop at? If you're going to get in on the break of that, is your stop going to be down here, like $6, or right here at the previous candle as it broke? Have like a $2 stock, made $4. Yeah, I like trying to stick with under $25 for trades. Yeah, Roy, you got all of these. You got IQV. IQV has holdings Q2 earnings. That's another earnings. We are definitely in earnings season. IQV definitely had some earnings. This is a 30-second chart. We had a run up. We had a micro pullback at 933. Go to a 1 minute. So we had a run up. IQV. If you were just, instead of looking at top traded and biggest movers, and remove top traded, and you can just look at this right here. You can just have one big list of biggest movers. Sometimes there's only 10 stocks on here. Sometimes there's 20 or more. You have RVOL movers. Keep an eye on that. The thing is, you don't want to run yourself ragged and try and look at low floaters, top traded, biggest gainers. You don't want to have all of them up. You'll just drive yourself nuts. You want to pick one, maybe the biggest movers, and you can pick the top 4 of the biggest movers, and then look at that, and then look for run-ups like this. You can look for a run-up, and then a micro pullback, which you got right here. On a 1 minute, you had a run up, you had a micro pullback. You get in on the break of that, and then your stop will be down here at about $2. And let's see, and it ran up here before it started consolidating. Up in here is about $2. So yeah, you get in here, you get yourself a little pop. As you can see here, the micro pullback, this is ideal. This is what you want to look for, is these run-ups, these micro pullbacks. It's above the session VWAP. Look at the 5 minute. What is the 5 minute doing? The 5 minutes making higher lows with volume, and it's running. So you got a micro pullback here. Look at the volume. The volume is half of what the previous 2 are. I mean, that's nice. So that's low volume. Get in on the break of that. put your stop down here at about 230, or you can go to 2.5, give yourself a little breathing room, run it up to here for about $2. What you can do is when you get that pop, you can sell half and move to a break even. Now that the market's open, you can do market orders. I mean, the spread on this thing is pretty high, but I mean, you're looking at a 40-cent spread, so you would be ponying up some money for that with the spread. I mean, it's a $182 stock too. So, but this shows you what you're looking for and how you would play it. Micro pullback, the volume is drying up, not a lot of volume. MACD is open and moving up. The 5-minute was looking good. Get on the break and the low of that, it moves up. Now, if it's like a $5 stock, ideal. MEDP, we got news on MEDP. That's $477 stock though. We just went over that. We got HTOO as the top gainer at 115%. So if we look at HTOO, stay away from that. HTOO made its move in pre-market and it just kind of grinded up. We're looking good, and now we're grinding back down. The one thing you want to look at these low float pump and dumps is they will move up and then they will go down just as fast as they went up. It doesn't matter during pre-market or market open. Look at the volume on that, and the volume's just drying up. Actually, that got halted. So this moved up, that got halted. So if we look at that, that's at 933 and it opened back up at 939. That got halted. That's a 5-minute halt. So we moved up, and normally this is what happens on halts. Now pre-market, you ain't got to worry about being halted. But we move up, we got bullish engulfing, we got volume. You could have gotten in on a break of 1066 and made yourself up to 11, run up to 11, 40 cents. But the thing is below the session VWAP. But what I want to go over is, yeah, the MACD was open, but we got halted. Normally, when you're moving up and you get halted, the level 2, right now it's on a halt down. As you're looking at this, it's a halt down. Trading is halted. It's a volatility halt. Now look at this. We got 933, but right now we got the bid and the ask at going a little crazy. So we don't know what's going on. 921. I mean, this thing could open up real low. I mean, 921, 923, you know, a 2-cent spread. But this got halted up. So normally, when it halts up, it's gonna open up higher. Mostly, not all the time. But you got to look at the level 2 and see where these numbers are. Now, you could be in this trade, and then all of a sudden it's down here at $10, and you're looking at the bid and the ask, and you're thinking, man, this thing's going to open up at $10. I'm in a loser. And there's nothing you can do. Absolutely nothing you can do. I wish Interactive Brokers had the LULD on the level 2 here. So if you're in a trade and you're looking at your level 2 and it has LULD, level up, level down, that means, and it'll show up here and it'll show the price. That's the price where it's going to be halted. And if you're in a positive trade and you don't want to be in a halt, you get out. Just get out. But normally they'll open up higher and they'll run up, and then you can sell. And you want to sell into those pops. Now look at this. We got halted down. These low floats happen all the time. Volatility. It runs up. We got a halt down. Look at it. And it opened up lower and it sold off. So more than likely, we're going to be selling off even more. look what it did earlier. Yeah, it popped. And we had a nice pop. But yeah, these low floats. And I know there are some people that short these things. That's extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous. When you buy a stock, let's say you buy it at $10. And let's say you put in $1,000. And you buy it at $10. You put in $1,000. The worst that could happen, it goes to zero and you lose your 1,000. If you're shorting this, if you're shorting it and you're in a halt, and let's say you got in at 10 and you're halted at 10 and this thing opens up at 20 or it opens up at $50, it's unlimited risk. Unlimited. There's not a way for you like, oh, I put in $1,000. The worst that I could lose is 1,000 if I'm buying. When you're shorting, it's unlimited. This thing could go from $10 to $50 and you'll have to pony up that money. And your broker will liquidate your account and try to get... No. It is... Shorting these low floats are good. You make a lot of money when it works. But it only takes one bad trade for you to blow up half or even more of your account. And that is extremely dangerous. I don't short them. I short blue chips. I do not short these low floats. It's extremely dangerous. One bad trade could blow up your account because it's unlimited upside and unlimited risk for you. There's more than enough money to be made on the upside. WOO Wolf, we had news at 8:45. Share of legal plaintiff, yeah. That's nothing. MPU, 200,000. MPU is really hard to trade. Also, there's not enough volume in there. I mean, the MACD was running up, but I mean, there's no really nice upside candles that look good. Running up, nice and smooth run up. Doesn't look like that. Just because if it has a score of 5, and this scoring system is something that's in beta that I am testing just to see how I like it, how other people like it. I'm going to have a setting in here pretty soon where you can show the columns that you want. If you want to trade your own plan and you don't need this PZ score in the settings I'm going to have pretty soon, you'll just be able to take it out and only show the columns you want. DHI, got MEDP, BDLX, AEHR, FTRE. Problem is with FTREs, you got 3,000 shares past minute. That's nothing. It's not moving. FTRE. I mean, look at it. And yeah, it moved up, but 30,000 shares, 17,000 shares, 30,000. That's low volume. Yeah, it moved up. You can make money, but that's extremely low volume. I'm looking at 50,000 and up. Ideally 100,000 and up. But IOV, 63,000, ran up 14%. AMPY, just because it has news, but it's trading at 2,000 shares past minute. It's only up 10.5%. Amplified Energy announces strategic update and CEO transition. But it's low volume. There's nothing there. See, yeah, it's running up, but low volume. That 1 minute candle, 9,000, 4,000, 5,000. Extremely low volume. Not really moving. traders are not moving it. These institution and these big whale traders, they're looking at the top gainers here. They're looking at FTRE. They're looking at these MEDP, KSS. They're looking at stocks that have volume that are moving. AEHR 100,000, CDLX 257,000. Got PLRZ that popped up on RVOL scanner. Yeah, see, you have volume. If you were looking at PLRZ, you had a run up, you had a pullback here with the volume being lower than this right here. That's good. And you get in, you're risking like 5 cents on that. Then you made on this candle, you made 16%. That's 25 cents. So, I mean, that is a good trade. MACD is open. Look at the 5 minute. The 5 minute, we're making higher highs. With volume that's pushing up, we're making higher highs. You're looking at the level 2. Level 2 is going crazy. We got a 10,000 bid on a buck 50. 13,000 I saw. When you're in a trade and you know your stop is down at 142, you need to be looking at your level 2. You're at 149, 150, 149. When you know you get the you got 59,000 on the ask. When you are looking at this, you're looking when you don't even need to look at the chart when you're in the trade. And if you know your stop is down at a buck 42, start looking at the ask. Is that ask going up? Are people hitting the ask, pushing this up? Not really. Buck 50. Can we break a buck 50? Buck 50 is a pretty substantial line. It's $half. You got dollar. It goes like $1.50, $2.50. Same thing if you're in $10 stock. If something's trading at like $9.80, I mean $10 is pretty substantial. Could see a lot of volume coming in there. Those are whole number $half. We're at 1054, so it's moving up. It didn't get to 1042. We're at a buck 58, 58, 57. Then we get, yep, we're pushing a buck 60. Yep, we're moving. So PLRZ, that showed up on RVOL scanner. That showed up like right here, because you've got 1.8 million shares. Down here, you traded 500,000 shares. So yeah, it's going to show up as a mover. And right there, we had a micro pullback right there. Even if you got in late, let's say you didn't, you weren't watching this stock, you weren't watching it, and let's say you got in right here when RVOL hit, you got a pullback here. Yeah, it's a little bit of selling volume there, but what you could do is get in on the break of that. Ran up about 6 cents. Once you're up about 6 cents, I would not let this thing come down to a losing trade. I don't care if you make 5 cents. Who cares? It's better than losing. I don't care if you get in the break even. Better than losing. But when you get in, you got to read the level 2 and see what's going on. If you're coming down close to your break even and there's a lot of size here on the bid and people are hitting it, you might want to get out. But if there's not much volume and we're coming down to like a buck 60, and you look at the ask and there's like large volume coming in, and what I like to do right now, we're at a buck 71. Look down a little bit further, like at a buck 85. If you see large, like at $1.75, if you see a large order at $1.75, that's pretty substantial. Let's say there's 25,000 up there. Right now we got 17,000, 9,000, 11,000. So people are hitting the ask and pushing it. You gotta look at the price, 175, 14,000, 12,000 size. There we go. What's the daily look like on PLRZ? Now that got stuck. No, Interactive Brokers is decent broker, but the charting platform is a little bit to be desired. I might have to switch to Cobra Trading. DHI, we got a score of 5, 270 million float, $150 stock though. It's earnings. But DHI, yeah, that's earnings. That's an earnings call. This is a little hard to trade, a little choppy. Might have to switch back to TradingView. Or I need to figure out, I like this because level 2 is right here and I can make orders and only have to click once. Or type in the ticker once. And use my hotkeys. Yeah. Interactive Brokers, it's a decent broker, but their trading platforms are a little, this one, Trader Workstation is a little bit to be desired. AQV, of course, we know the news on that. That was earnings. STOK, 45 million float, 19,000 volume. STOK. I was trading below the session VWAP. This is kind of, I don't like that action on that. PLRZ, we had a pop on that. And look, when it sells, we got bullish engulfing and it really sells off. That's why you want to sell into these pops. Start taking profits into, you got in here at $1.60, runs up here to $1.70. Maybe you can start taking like 25% off. Got another little pop to $1.80. We couldn't get to $2. Once it starts coming back down, want to try and start scaling out. You can hold a little bit for it to get to your break even to see if we're going to have a pullback and another run up. Or you can just get completely out. And if we do have a pullback and another run up, you can always get back in. And I'm with IBKR Pro, so the commissions, I don't care about commissions. They're so low, it doesn't matter to me. So their charting platform is a little bit to be desired. Later on, I'm going to take a look at the advanced charts right here. I'm going to take a look at this and see how I can configure this, because this TradingView integration that they did is a little bad. And there's no reason for me to call them and complain because there's nothing they're going to do. We're looking at a 1 minute here. We open up another window. Yeah, so we had a pullback right to the VWAP. I had to bounce off the session VWAP. Got the 5-minute. Thing about the 5-minute is that candle is looking a little bit. We made the low right there broke the low of the previous 5 minutes, so that's not good. And if you do play that bounce on that 1 minute, you could play the bounce on that 1 minute right there. Once it goes to like 10:04, what you can do is come down to a 30-second chart and start looking at this. And once it starts coming down, you can jump down to a 30-second chart. You had like an inside bar right there. Didn't break the low. And you can do a 2-bar break. If you don't want to get in on the break of this one, you can do, once you have the reversal candle right there, you can get in on the break of that and put your stop down here at like 12 cents, and then you ran up to about 10 cents so far. The problem with that is that it's not an ideal trade because the 5-minute made a lower low of the previous, and plus the MACD is just kind of sloping downwards. Plus, if you look at an anchored VWAP, go back, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Go back to a 15. See, the anchored VWAP 15 minutes, the volume weighted average price is actually lower. That's not what you want to look for. What you're looking for is a nice, like this move right here, this break. You have, what's the one? Down here. So you have a nice anchored VWAP. If your consolidation area is down here, let's say you drag it over to here, you're still above that VWAP from this area. So that's still bullish. You're looking for a micro pullback, break, runs up like this right here is a nice micro pullback and had a break. And of course, you would have taken a little bit of profits there maybe. It pulled back, but it didn't hit it came back to your entry, but it didn't hit your stop and then ran. Anchored VWAP. I need to do a video on the VWAP and the anchored VWAP. It's a very, very strong indicator. If you only gave me one indicator that I could use and only use that indicator, it would be the session VWAP. I would give up volume down here to keep the VWAP. I would get rid of the MACD. I would get rid of the volume down here. One indicator, candles, and a anchored VWAP. As long as I can have a VWAP, I'm good. These institutions definitely use it. So at 11 o'clock in about an hour, I'm going to stop streaming, and I will be back on tomorrow at 7 a.m. But I need to figure out what this, because this charting, I'd rather go back to TradingView and somehow try to get my level 2 in here and go back to TradingView with their charting. The thing is, if you go with Cobra Trading, if you go to the DAS Pro Trader, like it's DAS, Direct Access, very, very nice broker. Cobra Trading, really nice broker. I mean, it's built for day traders. Extremely good commissions. Problem is they don't have a trading platform a charting system. The DAS Pro doesn't have a charting system. It's only for entries for like level 2. I mean, they do have a charting system, but I think it's not all that good. There's no 30-second chart. It only goes to a minute. Now, what I'm looking to do is once we get enough people using this scanner, and once it comes out of beta, I mean, you have other scanners out there. You've got Trade Ideas, which is really good. They've been around for decades. I used them in the beginning. They were really good. There's also another company called Scans, SCANZ. That's a really good scanner as well, and it has news. That's a really good scanner. And they've been around for years. The problem with those two is that it costs a lot of money. I think Scans is almost like a couple $100 a month. I'm not sure. They might have a lower plan, but Trade Ideas, I think, is like $75, $100 for the cheap version. And then you got like 100, 200 for like a pro version. I'm not sure. But what I wanted to do was I built a system for myself to trade. And then I realized, I'm like, well, wait a minute, maybe other people want this. So I started putting it into an actual application for people to download and onto their desktop. Now, this is in beta release. When it comes out of beta, then yeah, I'm gonna have to charge to actually make it even better, but it's only gonna be like $25 a month. If you sign up now and you're using it, it's $25 a month for life. I'm not trying to make money off a scanner, make money off of trading. But for me to keep developing it, it would have to be like a small, like $25 a month for people that first sign up, and then I'll start building it out. But what I really want to do is have it so where when you click on the ticker, like let's say click on AEHR, like news, you can click on news, read the news. But what I want to do is be able to click on the ticker and have a chart show up. Have a 1 minute chart and a 5 minute and the daily. And then when you click on the tickers, it updates the chart. So that would definitely have to be in the future. I definitely want to do that. So we had a lower high on a pullback. The problem is, let's say you take an anchored VWAP and you go to this pullback right here, do that anchored VWAP. The anchored VWAP on this pullback, yeah, these micro pullbacks were good because you had little pops and it kind of ran up. Now we didn't make a higher high, so that's a little concerning. But it's trading below that anchored VWAP on this pullback here. It's trading below that. That's telling me to just stay out of it. You want to be on the upside, on the right side of the anchored VWAP. Now, if it breaks this, let's say we get to 160, yeah, it could pop to 170. And of course, it might not. But you have to figure out where your stops are going to be. If you enter here on the break at 160, is your stop going to be down here at 13 cents? Well, like 2 to 1, you have to be way up here. You have to come all the way up here to test this high, which we didn't test it right here. So what you're looking for, if you're looking to get into this area here, which I would not if it was me, then your upside potential is probably right here, which is like 10 cents. So your risk should only be 10 cents. Because right here, we could probably get up to this level to 170. And then at 170, you're going to start looking at resistance because when we got there before, we kind of pulled back. Now, if you're in a trade, you want to be looking at, right now we're at 163, we're at 62. So where is your stop? Your stop could be at 155. So if we break the 154, we got some volume coming in there. We got a 10,000 bid on the 162. You want to look at the level 2. Where is your target? Your target's 170. You need to start seeing that ask hitting the 160. Now we had more people hitting. We have more asks and bids. And it's kind of going back and forth. Right at $2, we had like 3,000 order. Got 9,000, 6,000. So this is telling me, yeah, I might want to be getting out on a break even because we tried to push, we really couldn't. But you're on the good side of the VWAP. Now it could break and go up to 170. And it can do it really quickly. But you got to be looking at the level 2, which we got some bids. We got 15,000 at 165, 18,000, 20,000, 166. So yeah, that's telling me that people are looking to push it. We had a pullback. Yeah, if you got back into your break even, that's fine. If it runs without you, who cares? Move on to the next trade. But this is just taking too long. As you can see, yeah, this is taking too long. The volume's not there either. If you look at the volume here, the volume right here on this move up, look at that volume. That volume is nice. Look at this volume. That volume is telling me that's going down. That volume was down. If we look at this volume here, that's a difference. Volume is moving up. We moved up. We're kind of grinding sideways with the volume kind of sloping down. You'll be able to see this with screen time. You'll be able to see this and be able to just look at it. Be like, yep, the volume's down. Okay, got to 170. But it's just chop right there. Chop. That's not an ideal trade. You don't want to get into that. I know so many people look at this and they look at this area right here. They look at this and they get fear. They're like, oh, I'm missing out on a good move. And then so many times they'll get in up here and they'll move down. They're like, oh man. I mean, it's FOMO, fear of missing out. They get the FOMO. But what you're looking for is a nice move up, micro pullback. It did not break the low. This candle right here did not break the low of that micro pullback. That's one thing I'm looking at, and I'm looking at the volume is lower. So you can get on a 2-bar break. If it breaks this bar right here, you can get in, make yourself a little bit of money, book a little bit of profits. Maybe you sell half, book a little bit of profits, and if it comes back to your break even, you really didn't lose anything. You're probably a break even trade. If it comes down and stops you out, that's totally fine. But the fear of missing out, it costs so many traders. It costed me when I was first trading. Okay, we made it to $1.70. You look at the anchored VWAP, anchor it down there. Yeah, that was on this pullback here, anchor it to that low right there. We have nice volume. Volume weighted average price, we're on the right side of it. For me, I mean, I didn't trade this, but for me, that pop right there, 160, 165, once I saw that red candle and comes back to my break even, I'm completely out. Even though we have a little bit lower volume, completely out. I like seeing big moves like this and then get on micro pullbacks and try to get 10 cents, 20, 25 cents. I am very quickly to cut a trade. I will cut a trade very quick. Because to me, trading for so long, it's all about capital preservation. And about sitting on your hands and waiting. ASS News. Whole stock surges and trading halts. It is the newest meme stock. Yeah. 2.2 million. Yeah, PLRZ. MEDP is still at 55%. That's a nice gainer. It's a $400 stock. HTOO, 97%. Yeah, see, look at that. And see, remember earlier we got halted up and then we got halted down. Remember what I said when you get halted down? That was a halt down. You had to wait. You had to wait a little bit. Look, move down. Halted down. When it gets halted down twice, then yeah, you have to wait even longer. And look, move down. That's crazy. Then we got a halt up. Ooh, but we slammed back down. These are pump and dumps. These are not stocks you want to keep. You want to make your money and move on. Let someone else hold the bag. Let someone else lose that money. These are not blue chip companies. These are not companies you want to buy and hold. KSS. We got halted down on that. That had to move down. STOK is CDLX, score of 558,000. Take a look at that. CDLX. CDLX. That's not enough volume. KSS. MEDP. Biggest gainers, top traded. Let's look at top traded, see what they've done. KSS is on the top traded. IVF is on top traded. HTOO. IVF. Had a reverse split from yesterday. I can't remember. IVF. That IVF might be top traded, but it's not a stock you really want to trade. IOVA just showed up. So IOVA on top traded. IVOA. That's where you want to be. Right now, it was kind of hard to trade early morning once it got its footing. We had the MACD that was kind of opening up. That's a 30-second chart. If we jump over to a 1 minute. And also, even if you don't want to trade a 1 minute, a really good chart is the 2 minute. The 2 minutes pretty decent as well. Because if you look at this, we had a run up here. MACD was starting to cross over. And on a 2 minute chart, we had a run up, had a little pullback. Get in on the break of that. Stop is down there by 7 cents. We ran up here and didn't get to your stop. We kind of ran up to 10, 12 cents. So you can switch over to a 2 minute chart if that's easier for you to read. Perfectly fine. See, that was that micro pullback that we were taking a look at. Then it kind of ran up. But also when you get in on these, you have to look to the side here. That's like 290, 295. So that's like a 5 cent move. I really wouldn't do it. It's kind of a slow trader because it's going to be a slow trader because look at the floats, 271 million. I mean, it's a safe stock to trade. Doesn't move very quickly. It's not going to be extremely volatile with a high float like that. It's not going to be like something volatile with like a 2 million float. And you got volume. So it's a nice trade. Get in, get 5-10 cents, start learning how to read this, how to trade. The spread, if you look at the spread, it's a penny. That's nice. Make sure when you're getting ready to execute a trade, make sure, and I have made this mistake. I think I made it last week. Make sure, because everything was perfect. It was setting up, and I was all ecstatic about it. And I jumped in, and I forgot to look at the spread, and it was like a 35-cent spread. But yeah, top traded, we got KSS, HTO, IPO. Got the low floaters. These low float stocks. Now with these low floats, with these low floats, the float we're getting from the SEC filing. Now, some of these sites you go to, you'll see the float like IVF, like 2 million float. Okay, you might go to another site to look up the float that gives you like a float from multiple things, and it could be like 1.5 million, 2 million. It could be 5 million. This is not very accurate, as I would say. It's close enough, but it's not like price. Price is a penny. That's accurate. This float you're getting from SEC filings. So that can be a little off. That's why if you look at some sites, different sites will have different float. But it shouldn't be a major difference. It shouldn't be like, oh, it's showing 2 million float, and then on another site it's showing like 50 million float. It shouldn't be that. But when you're looking at like, let's say these low floaters right here, when you're looking at these, what you want to do is, of course, IVF, you want to look at the score, but then the next thing you want to look at is you want to look at the volume. This trading 93,000 volume, great. ZOOZ is trading 700,000 volume. That's really nice. I'm surprised it didn't show up on the RVOL. But like this, CELU, I've traded that before, but that's 1,600 volume. I wouldn't even think about that. If it's not above 50,000, I wouldn't even think about it. IVF is there. Let's look at ZOOZ. What was that? Zoos. Okay, zoos. Yeah, you got some volume coming in there. But no catalyst. There's no catalyst. And also, when you look at this, one of the key things that's telling me to stay away from this is these wicks right here. We had a run up, then we had a big run up, and we had a big push down. Nice big wick. We had people pushing the stock down. Then you had a nice big bullish engulfing candle with the huge wick down, and it had a little wick up. Then you have a wick right here. That right there is telling me no. These wicks right here, that's just telling me to stay away from it. Because you don't want to get in and all of a sudden it wicks down and then it stops you out, then it wicks right back up. It's just crazy. That's just telling me to stay away from it. That big huge wick right there would tell me to stay out of it. And then this candle right here, bullish engulfing, yeah, that would tell me to definitely stay out of it. I don't care if the MACD is moving up. There's better stocks out there to trade. You're only looking for one good trade. SMB Capital, Bellaforte, Mike Bellaforte, I believe is his name, has a book. I think the book is actually called One Good Trade. I did it. It was an audio book that I listened to on a road trip. Very, very good book. Yeah, like ZOOZ. Yeah, it had a score, but now there's nothing there. IVF. IVF on a low float. Below the session VWAP. Wouldn't trade it. Came up here, sold off. Came up here, touched it, massive sell off. Below the session VWAP, just grinding down. I mean, can you make money below yeah, absolutely. I mean, you could get in on that hammer candle right there. MACD's moving up. You can jump in, get yourself to a quarter, 25 cents. Sure. I just don't like it. Now, yes, we are moving up. We're making higher lows, like a ABCD pattern. Got A, B, C, and then D right there. And it's lower. Not making lower lows, so yeah, that's fine. I just have a strict rule set. And I try to follow it. Because if I don't follow that strict rule set, or I would go off the hinges. And when you go off the hinges, that's when your account blows up. That's when you're asking your mama for some rent money. Because your mama says, why do I have to pay your rent? Well, I went off the hinges and blew my account up and I can't pay my rent. Strict rule set. Okay, right here, BLNE, BLNE. I've traded this quite a few times, and look at this, 6.7 million float. So you got like a 7 million float. You got 320,000 volume. What that's telling me, good volume. So when you go to the chart and you look at BLNE, this is telling me now that wick is a little concerning right there with the high volume. That's really concerning. MACD is pushing up. It's still spread apart. I mean, you're looking at that right there. And again, Interactive Brokers with their software, their trading software is a little bit to be desired. I'm definitely going to have to switch over to, TradingView for tomorrow's session. And I might even actually go with Cobra Trading. I filled out an application for them. They're really good broker. Ideal broker for day trading and shorting if you're into shorting. I don't like trading. I don't like shorting these low floaters. Extremely dangerous to do. But let's take a look at this. We have volume coming in. We have the MACD that is spreading apart. It's positive. The histogram is running up. We have a nice big huge candle there with the volume coming in. The volume is at 72,000, so it's a little bit liquid. We had a micro pullback right here, so we have like a bull flag. Bull flag is right there. Got a little bull flag. Okay. What you're looking for, I don't draw the lines because I've just traded so much. I just look at it and I just know what I'm looking at. So the volume's coming in, and we have this candle here. And what I like to look for is an end side. This high right here didn't break that high, but the main thing I'm looking for is that low did not break this low. So that's telling me, so if we get in here, or you can wait for the break of the high and then try to get in. Then we have another candle here, and that red candle, that volume is lower than this, which is good. We have like a little doji candle there. It didn't break the low right there. That volume's kind of low. So you could actually get in on a 2-bar break, or you can get in on the break of this and put your stop down there to like 2 cents, or you can give yourself a little breathing room to 5 cents. But if it broke that, that's fine. Or you could do a 2-bar break, wait until it breaks the second bar there, or wait until it breaks the high. You can do that. Got volume coming in, and it breaks that. Where's your stop is down here at 6 cents. We ran all the way up here to 10 cents. That's good. you want to sell into these pops. So if you're holding, let's say 1,000 shares, it's like $2,000. If you're holding 1,000 shares, you want to be selling that maybe like 200 a clip. Start taking a little bit of profit up here, because when it starts coming back down, then you can start selling a little bit. You can keep like 25%, 50% until it gets to a break even. Then you can sell the rest. And you actually sold half, took a little bit of money. But the thing is, with these low floaters, like BLNE, yeah, it's a low floater. The score is pretty good. The TZ score is pretty good. The float's good. The volume is there. But the thing is, when this thing starts selling off like as it is now, it could be hard to get out. So if you're holding like if you're holding like 10, 20,000 shares and you're trying to get out, you might not be able to get out in time, and you end up with a losing trade. That has happened to me so many times. When I started this, I looked at this and I didn't sell into the pops. I waited until we start selling off like this, and next thing I know, I'm just eating away my profits. That's when I changed my game plan, and I was like, that's it, I'm done. I'm selling into these pops. I'm selling 25% into these pops. 10 cents, I'm out 25%. 20 cents, I'm out 25%. I'm holding 50%. If I see any weakness on the level 2, I'm starting to dump. Now, during market hours, it's really easy. Just hit the close button. I think it's up here. Just sell market, be done with it. It's at a 1 cent spread, that's fine. But in pre-market, I trade so much pre-market that I trade during market hours like I do pre-market. It's all hotkeys. During pre-market, sometimes you get a pop and you can't sell, and it's just because you can't do market orders. It's just a hard lesson to learn, not selling into pops. And then holding like 10,000 shares, and you're trying to get out, and you end up with a break even or a losing trade when it was green. That's why on my hotkeys, I have like shift 1, 2, like let's say shift 1 and 2 is 1,000 shares, 2,000 shares, and then shift S is I sell 1,000 out of the clip. So you can go to shift 5, go to 5,000 shares. Shift S, your hotkey will be shift S. You would sell like 1,000 to take a little bit of profit. Shift Z is my my oh crap button. It's like, oh crap, I want to get out, and I'm getting out. And shift Z is my limit order to get out, and I am doing an offset. So I'm paying a little bit more, a few cents more just to get out, and I just continuously hit that shift Z. I'm completely out. Even though you might hit shift Z, like right here at 210, if you hit shift Z and I try to dump all my shares, it might run so much past what I'm trying to get out at that I'm down here at $2 and I'm trying to get out at 210. I'll hit shift Z again, and the platform, IBKR platform, will cancel this order and try to get me out here. So at least it does that. So that's what you just want to be aware of. You want to sell into these pops. Now we have QVCCG. So again, if you're looking at this, the thing about this QVCCA, the TZ score, Ticker Zcan score is 5. So everything's looking good. It's 8 million float, but it's only 4,000 shares. I mean, what is that? You can't trade that. I mean, some of my shares is 5,000. How can I trade that? So if we go into QVC, I think it's QVCGA. If we look at that. Yeah, it's great. MACD's running up. We got a 5 minute. I look at a 5 minute. Is the 5 minute making a higher low? Yes, it did it here, here. But that's good. The problem is with this stock is that everything is looking good, but the one problem that I don't like has a great score. The max score, it's meeting all my criteria. The anchored VWAP, it's meeting the anchored VWAP. It's running up, but the only problem is, a big problem, is the volume. It's not liquid. You can't get in and out. It's not liquid. 33,000 shares, that's nothing. 4,000, please. 2,000. Here's the thing. If you're looking at 33,000 shares and you jump in at 5,000 and it's selling off here and it's 2,000 shares, how are you going to dump your 5K shares? But if it's trading like 100,000 volume, 5K shares you can dump. There's a lot of things you need to think about. And with time, it all comes. Everything's looking good for this, except for the volume, not there. And yeah, we only popped once right here. So VLRS, again, VLRS. Let's take a look at that. VLRS. Everything's looking good. It's trading above the session VWAP. The anchored VWAPs are looking good. I think I've got a 10-minute anchored VWAP in the code that I wrote, and then it's a 1-hour VWAP, which is like 940. Where's 940? 940 is down here. So yeah, so the anchored VWAP, volume weighted average price for the past hour, is definitely bullish. And if we look at the MACD, that's positive. It's above my 0.01 criteria. But again, the big problem is there's no volume. How in the heck can you get out? 4,000 shares? I mean, how can you get out? It's a $5 stock, so 1,000 shares is $5,000. So yeah, how are you going to get out if it starts dumping heavily? This scoring system, this TZ score, is great to give you ideas of, hey, what to trade. But FFAI. If we look at that. That is what you want trading, because we've got a score. It's a 280 stock, but the problem is we have no catalyst, which is okay. It doesn't need to have a catalyst. It would be ideal if it did, but we have a nice TZ score at 36%. So, I mean, it's trading in the top 4. It's the top 3. We got millions of shares coming in. We got this one. We got 1.2 million. This one, 1 million. We got the current candle at 1 million. We look at the volume here of the session volume is 25 million. That is a liquid stock. That is a stock that you can trade. That is a stock when you get the runs up here. Like, let's say you get this area right here in this 1 minute candle, you get a micro pullback. Get a micro pullback on that. MACD is open. This is a stock you can trade because you can get in on the break of that, put your stop down here, and you traded and you got yourself 4 cents. And then we had a little pullback here. Probably went back to your break even, but didn't get to your stop. And then you come up here and had another micro pullback. You could have added to that, come up here, 15 cents, take a little bit of money off, and then it starts trading back down. Sell another, hold 50%, and then try to get a run. There's no problem trying to get 10, 15 cents. PLCE, RVOL 5. We have a little pullback. And then we had run. We had another micro pullback. We had another run. You can get in and out of these. But this is what you're looking for. Also, it doesn't need to be a red candle for a pullback. We had a nice big volume here. We had like a little spinning top here. Get in on the break of that. Stop is down there. You got a nice little pop. We had a nice run up here. Looks like we have, I think that's like a shooting star. You can get in on the break of that. Where's your stop? It's down here at 7 cents. Where you're running 8 cents. So you got a 1-to-1 right there. So that's what you want to look for. And you don't have to look at the TZ score and then trade that. That's just something that I have put together that to see if people like it. I try to use that as a guideline. Later on, I'm going to have a settings where people can pick and choose whatever columns they want. Also, this is getting updated every minute. You'll see it refresh. Same thing with the RVOLs. What I'm going to be doing with this scanner is I'm going to have it updating in real time here pretty soon. I have to code the WebSocket for that to be able to stream data, have streaming data, where the company where I'm getting it from, connected to where I'm getting this data from, streaming data, I'm having to write the code for that. As you can see, it updated. I'm having to write the code for that, so the prices are going to be updated like in real time. I might have to slow it down like half a second or so, just because, or every second it just updates with streaming, just because it was just a flood of volume, and these things will change so fast you won't even be able to read it. And then have the volume connected to the WebSocket. We got a nice pop on that. But the price is going to be updated real time, and then the volume is going to be updated real time, and then the change percentage will be changing as the price and the volume change. Now the float doesn't change. We get that from the SEC filings. This really doesn't change. But the RVOL movers, top press releases. If you click on read, that will bring up the browser. You can actually read it. I just put that there. I don't use it just because I like this top press releases. It scans for certain keywords and the title, and then it's going to show up here on the top press releases. The news right here, it just shows like, let's say AMPY. We click on that. That just shows the news that came out at 6 a.m. This news is only going to show today. Like WOOF had 3 press releases, 8:45, 10, 2 of them at 10 o'clock. Actually, that's the exact same one from different. I might have to update the code to make sure we don't have duplicates. Okay. But yeah, this just only shows today, 7:36 a.m. And I wanted to have this here with the news so people can see what's the biggest gainers, what's the low floaters, top traded biggest gainers, with the news right here. So you don't have to look it up somewhere else or have to look at another window. You can actually look in this whole area right here and be able to see, okay, I got news, I got the change volume, I got the float, I got the volume, and I got the news. I can just click on this, read it, be done with it. Sometimes, even yesterday, I traded a stock that the news, where it popped, and then the news showed up. It was already in the top traded, and then all of a sudden the press release came out and the news showed up. I didn't even have time to even read the title, even click on this to read it. I just traded it just because I knew there was a catalyst. There was something. It was news. It was something. It was moving. I didn't care. I jumped in, got a little bit of profit, moved to a mental stop of a break even, and then I clicked on the news title and found out what it was. And once I get enough people using the scanner, we'll be able to get suggestions of what does the majority of the traders really want. How can we design this to make this, even more ideal? I mean, not to certain trading plans, because everybody has different trading plans they want to do. But how does this make it easy for you to trade stocks? And one thing I'm definitely going to do is, which I have been working on, is the WebSocket to get real-time streaming real-time data. But even if it refreshes every minute, that's perfectly fine. I've been making money with it. I can even go to updating every 30 seconds, every 20 seconds. The server, the logic, there's like thousands of stocks that it has to crunch through to come up on these scanners. And the server that I have can run through those and run all my logic within a matter of 5 seconds. And then it pushes it into a cache system, and then your desktop app goes and grabs that cache. And that cache gets, right now that cache gets updated every minute. Pretty soon it's going to be updated. The news will be updated every 30 seconds. Then I'm going to have streaming data coming in for the price, the volume, have streaming data coming in. And the RVOLs, I want this. RVOLs, this gets refreshed every minute, but the RVOL movers, especially for pre-market, I want this. This is probably the first one. This right here, the RVOL scanner is going to be the first one that's going to have streaming data, because the major thing I want to look for is the volume coming in. Because if the volume is coming in, streaming data, and all of a sudden it hits an RVOL of 5 times its relative volume of the previous volume, I want it to show up right then and there. So that way we won't be missing half the move. I mean, right now we're doing pretty good on pre-market. This right here, this pullback up, I just wouldn't touch. Could it pop up to 3 and make yourself 25 cents? Absolutely. But I wouldn't do it. And the major reason why is because of the topping tail right here. I do not like that topping tail. Plus, if you look at this right here is the volume. This is the volume that we were having running up. That was green. This is the volume we're pulling down. MACD is rolling over. I mean, it's pretty obvious, but and it's coming down to the session VWAP. But that's just something I just, no. Too much volume. Too much volume on the selling. Now, if you short it, yeah. But like I said, shorting is extremely, extremely dangerous. Dangerous. I mean, this is 91 million float. But when you're trying to short these low floaters, PVCGA, PVCGA, again, there's not enough volume here. Plus, I don't even have to look at the chart. First thing my eyes caught was this volume with these high red bars. Absolutely not. I don't care if it's above the session VWAP. Don't care if the MACD is running up. It's just these volumes right here. That one's really bad. So yeah, just because it pops up on the RVOL scanner, that's just showing that the volume's kicking in, which it is. From the previous, yeah, that's definitely kicking in. RVOL, it popped up on RVOL scanner here, and then it popped up here. But a lot of times these biggest movers, what you can do is you can look at the top 4, top 5. Here, let me see if that's not good. The covers 4 window. All right, so I have 6 windows here. I have 6 windows here. So what you can do is, I'm getting ready to stop the stream at 11 because I have to get into working on the scanner even more. What you can do is on the biggest movers, like when it hits around 9:30 to 9:35, I do not enter the market. I just let it settle down. After about 5 minutes, these scanners will start settling down. The RVOL will settle down. But what you can do is you can look at MEDP. Now, just because it's a $400 stock doesn't mean anything. $400 stock, we had a nice pop right here. We had a micro pullback. And if you would have got in on 100 shares on this right here, on the break of that micro pullback, then a break of that high, and it runs up here to like $6. I mean, 100 shares? Yeah, nice little move. 100 shares at 470 times 100 is $47,000. Now, why not have that kind of an account? But even if you get like, let's say 10 shares and it runs $5, that's $50 in your pocket. Slowly build out your account. You go in with like maybe 25 shares at like a $4 move, $100. So just because it's a $400 stock really doesn't mean anything. It just means that you're not buying 1,000 shares of it or 100 shares of it. But what you can do is you can go to like MEDP, and go to HTOO, that's the top, and go to CDLX. You can go to FFAI and just pick out the top 6: FFKSS, FTRE. You can even pick the top with only news. Let's say you only want to trade stocks with a catalyst with news. This change percentage shows above 10%. Anything below 10% is not going to come up on the scanner. But you can only pick the top ones with a catalyst. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stocks with a catalyst. I think DHI just popped up. And then what you can do is you can just look at this and be like, okay, below session VWAP, nope, I want to change that. Below session VWAP, no. Above the session VWAP, CDLX, but CDLX is just not trading. It's just price action I just don't like. FFAI, I kind of like that a little bit right there. And you can just pick like the top 6 and then find out, okay, these are the top 6 highest percentage gainers. Then you can look at your trading plan. If you trade breakouts, if you trade pullbacks, things like that. If you only trade things, we can go through here. MEDP. I mean, it's 11 o'clock. I don't trade. I try to make my money between 7 and 9, to be honest. 2 hours pre-market. I traded yesterday. During market hours. I think it was SABA or something like that. That was a nice trade. Just because it was had all the criterias that were met, I traded it. But you can also go into only trading MEDP with news. MEDP news, KSS, we have news. AEHR, we have news. AMPY, we have news. That's a catalyst. WOOF, we have news. And IQV, we have news. So you can just trade stocks with a catalyst. And then you can pull this over to the side. And then you can just look at it, and then you can trade that. And then whatever ones pop up, you can just go right in here, say, I want to trade AEHR. And you just look at it. That way on the other screen, you have all your other 6 stocks that are the top gainers with percentage that have a catalyst. Okay, no problem. Kid just walked into the office. And that's how you do it. So I think tomorrow I'm going to play around. I'm going to play around with this IBKR, with these other stocks. I might have to switch back to TradingView just because these things were locking up. Whoops, I have that kind of. There we go. I mean, I'm not I'm trading with IBKR. I'm not showing my full screen on the platform just because it has my account number up there. But if you look down in here, this area right in here, if it was a demo account, it would have a nice big red bar and it says simulated. So it would say simulated up there. What I'm going to look for is to work with these and see if this chart is a lot better than their TradingView integration. But yeah, that's why I have it like this. I don't think someone knowing my account number, my account ID is really useful. Can't get into my account. Even if you did have my username and password, you have to be on my phone to accept it, to authorize it. So even if you have my account number and my password, you have to accept it through my phone. But yeah, I'm not trading on a simulated demo account because it would show up right here in a big red bar right up top saying simulated. And I'm trading above the PDT roll. I mean, right now in this IBKR, I keep like 30,000 in there just because that's a $5,000 buffer for the PDT rule. And Cobra trading, if you go with Cobra trading, you have to have 27,000 to even open an account. And if you go below if you lose 2,000, you go below the PDT, they don't shut you off. They just don't allow you to trade more than 3 round trips. So that's why I just keep about 30,000 in this account to keep a buffer in there. Anything over 30,000, I just transfer it over to my bank. Yeah, I've got a DAS trader. DAS trader is really good. From what I've looked at, their charting only shows 1 minute. They don't go down to a 30-second. And I kind of like a 30-second just because during pre-market and even during market hours, when things are running up like this, you can jump down to a 30-second chart and kind of look to see, okay, I get a little micro pullback I can get in, or you can even jump down to a 15-second chart if it's really moving. But as you notice right here, when I try to jump to a 15-second, it takes a while. This only happens with Interactive Broker. With the 15-second chart, you can get in on this move right here. You have a micro pullback, volume's lower on a 15-second chart, and the MACD is opened up. And what you can do is you can get in on the break of that pullback, have your stop down there to about a quarter, and it runs up to about 50 cents. That's on a 15-second chart. And DAS trader, from what I looked at, they don't have 30 seconds. They only go to 1 minute. When you look at the 1 minute, where do you get that? You're missing that move right there. But if you jump to a 15-second, you can actually look at that micro pullback and you can get in. That's why I kind of look at the 15-second, and I never did that until years ago. If you look up Ross Cameron, Warrior Trading, heck, he trades a 10-second chart. I don't know how he does that. But that's where I got that idea from, was from Ross Cameron. to trade, to look at the 1 minute, look at the 5 minute, get your higher time frame when you're executing trades or even getting out of trades. Jump down to a 30-second if it's moving. If it's moving very quickly, 15-second. Sometimes these things don't move that quickly, and the 15-second is not good. And you just have to get a feel for it. And TradingView does this really good. The only problem I had with TradingView is I had to click on here, and I had to click on my level 2 on IBKR to execute trades. But IBKR is a decent broker. It's just their trading platform is a little to be desired. Their hotkeys are kind of cumbersome. They're nice, but there's better platforms out there. Cobra Trading is very nice broker. Let's look that up. Cobra Trading, CobraTrading.com. I actually opened up an account with them. Cobra Trading is really good. Let's look at their platforms, platform overviews, like DAS Trader platform. This is a really nice platform. I know when you guys said about what about DAS, they were really good. DAS Trader Pro is really good, and they have a charting system. So I might have to switch to that. I might just call up Cobra Trading today and see if I can't get a demo and a demo account and try out their platform. Even though I know when I'm doing trading and I make money with IBKR, it doesn't matter if you are a veteran trader or a pro trader or whatever. When you switch to a different platform, you might want to demo trade it just to get used to it. I've learned that lesson the hard way. How do I open an account? I've already got an account, minimum account to open. They say 25,000 minimum balance must be maintained in each day trading account. And I think you have to have like 27,000 in there, but I can just hook it up and just take my 30K and just switch it right over here and transfer it over. I've already called Cobra Trading to talk to them about it. PDT less than 25. Now, I think President Trump is trying to switch that. That might be going through the House or something like that. I have to look into it. But they're trying to make it down to $2,000 for American traders. Because what a lot of people do, you ain't got 25K, they'll go to like CME Trading, CMEliteTrading.com, something like that. They'll go to an offshore broker. They will go to an offshore broker to get this. I mean, I don't know why the U.S. wants to try and do this. It's been around for over a decade, couple decades or something. But I need to get a demo of DAS Trader. From what I've heard, it's really good. The hotkeys are really nice, a lot better than IBKR. It looks like they have a scanner there, which I've already built my own custom scanner. But yeah, I'm going to take a look at this. The pricing, yeah, I think it's like $60 or something. Equities per share, look at that. No minimums. Trade high volume, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, like, don't worry about commissions. These brokers that say, oh, it's 0 commissions, trust me, they're screwing you a different way. It's just the way it is. I'd rather pay this. Trading platforms, where's the pricing? I think it's like $60 a month, something like that. I'm not sure. But yeah, Cobra Trading, I'm going to look into that. I think in the meantime, I'm going to have to switch back over to TradingView just because, well, and this is TradingView. This right here, if you look at this, this is TradingView. It's just an implementation they're using their API to integrate it into their charting. So I just don't know why they have a problem. It's their platform. I wish their engineers would fix that. See 30 seconds take a while. You go to 15 seconds took a while. 30 seconds didn't take that much. You switch over to 15 seconds. I ain't got time for that. If I'm looking at a 1 minute and this thing's moving and I switch over to a 15 second, I want it to be within like 500 milliseconds. I want it to be like half a second that it loads, not this crap. So yeah, I'm going to have to go back to TradingView until I get switched over to DAS Trader. But I'm going to get a demo account. Maybe they do have a 30-second, 15-second chart. Or what I can do is do what I've been looking to do in the future. DTTH 18%, 80,000 volume. Yeah, I just don't. You have DNA, you have DNA. DNA, look at 26 volume. There's not enough volume. KSS score of 375. So, you look at the 1 minute. Yeah, the MACD is coming up, but the reason it's the score is because it's below the session VWAP and probably the anchored VWAPs. You look at an anchored VWAP, let's say at 1011, right around in here. It's still above the 1 hour VWAP. It's just below the session VWAP, which I think that's why I knocked it down a score and it gets to 375. That's just a guideline just to be able to look over here and be like, oh, okay, I got 375, I got a 5. I look at the volume, I see what's trading. It's very surprising that I see a $400 stock MEDP with a catalyst trading at 48, 49%. You normally don't see that. That's not normal. Of course, the float's 23 million. So, and if you look at MEDP, 23 million float. If we look at MEDP, if you look over here, the volume that's traded, what, 2.3 million? Yeah. So, but the news for MEDP, this clinical trials stock just soared 40%. What caused it to pop? I'm reading the news, and you should be telling me. You don't be asking me. Tell me. So that news headline is nothing. Was it a clinical trial? Did they get positive results? Something like that? Did it go from phase 2 to phase 3? We don't know. But clinical trials stock, we don't know. In the daily, you look at that, that's the daily. That's just abnormal to see a $400 stock be trading that high. So I think I'm going to be I'm going to shut the stream down. I'll be back at it Wednesday at 7 a.m. Hopefully we have some better trades. I mean, IVF, I think it was IVF. IVF was a good trade. It showed up on the scanner early in the morning. So at a 1 minute, it showed up on the scanner here because we had a volume of like 120,000 when it's normally like 20,000, 1,000 volume, 5,000. And then just jumped down to a 30-second chart. And you have this run up even when you jump down to a 15-second chart. At a 1 minute chart, it shows up and it starts to run. So when you jump down to a 15-second, and you get this run up here, and you get that nice run on the 15-second, 2, 3, 4. So from the 1 minute from here to here, and you jump into a 15-second chart, see, like, okay, if you get in on the break of that, but you stop down there at 50 cents, then it popped up to 50 cents. So that's why I like to trade, go down to a lower time frame. And the MACD was open and the volume was coming in. Now this selling volume here was about the same as this, as these two. So yeah, that's, but you can get in on the break of that. It broke and then it retraced back, but it didn't get back down. I mean, that was a 50-cent stop. So you would have to know, okay, at a 50-cent stop at 1,000 shares, that's going to be a $500 loss. But at 500 shares, it's going to be $250 loss. So you have to, and also it's the first trade of the day. Don't go in. If you normally go in 1,000 shares, first trade of the day, I mean, I've learned not to go in full size the first trade of the day. Go in about 25% of it. Do about maybe 250 shares, 200 shares. Try to get yourself green a little bit, build a buffer. Then your second trade, build a buffer. And then your third trade, you can maybe go in more. If your target point is $1,000, let's say your target point is $1,000 a day. You don't want to go in full size and then be stopped out and be losing $500. Because if you have a hard stop of, hey, I don't want to lose, my target is $5,000, but if I lose like $2,000, I'm done for the day. Or if I lose $5,000, I want to make $5,000 and not lose $5,000. Then hard stop at $5,000. You don't want to be in the hole automatically at $500. You want to build a little bit of buffer. Once you get to 25% of that 5,000 target, then you can up the shares. Try to get more. And as you're in the trade, you can always, if you have a run up and another micro pullback, you can always add to the trade. And that's the one thing that I've been doing, is adding to the winners. You have to add to the winners. You want to cut your losses quickly and add to your winners. But you got to be careful with that because of the cost average. You got 1,000 shares and you add to it because it's breaking a high, and you add 2,000 shares, your cost average is going to be right there where you basically just entered. But if you go in like 1,000, then it's going to be, the cost average is going to be a little bit higher, but you got more shares, but you're already into a profit and you're looking to make more. So you add to your winners. So I'll be back at it 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. The channel will be growing. I'm going to be throwing out some Google ads to, right now I got one going just for testing, just see how it is. Tomorrow I'll be at it again. Once I find the right ad that's working for Google ads promoting the video, the next video I'm going to promote is going to be me promoting the live stream, not just promoting the scanner where you can go to the site and download it and use it for free. It's going to be me promoting the live channel to get more people involved here. But I need to find out what ads work the best and then throw money at that. But I'll be back at it 7 a.m. tomorrow. Take it easy.